You're going to join us as the panelist, right, Tanner? Okay. All right. See me there okay? Okay. Test. Morning, folks. Just before we get started, just a couple real quick reminders. Just as a courtesy to your fellow media members and team participants, please silence your cell phones. Please provide your name and media affiliation each time you ask a question during today's press conference. Don't have anybody on Zoom, so you don't need to worry about that. And recording press conference itself on cell phones and cameras is prohibited. Thank you. Good morning, Bobby. Thank you for joining us. Do you have any questions for our student athletes here out the gate? Right here.
Bruce, Sports Illustrated, Purdue. Everybody who plays basketball grows up as kids thinking and dreaming about playing in the NCAA tournament. Do you guys, either of you, have stories from your youth of thinking about this moment and what it's like to finally be here?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, playing basketball all my life, I've been watching March Madness. That's the best time of the year for me. So to be able to participate in it is a blessing for sure.
Bobby?
I would say the same thing. This, like DeMar said, every kid grows up. This is your dream, to be on this stage and compete, with the best of the best. So it's a blessing to be here.
Thank you. Anything else out here? Right here, Jim? Right here, right in the jacket here.
Yeah, Kyle Hightower from the Associated Press. How you doing, guys?
Good.
How you doing?
It was this, piggybacking on that. What's it mean just to get High Point here for the first time? Obviously, it's the first time for for the program to get to D1 to get to NCAA tournament. What's it mean just kind of you guys going to be etching history? For you guys getting here to this point, and whatever you guys do is going to be building on that.
I mean, it's great for the High Point community. Just seeing everybody come together and all accomplish a common goal is great. I mean, just the way our fan base and High Point is just behind us, the whole city, is great, for sure.
This is something that, me, DeMar, on our visits, we talked about since day one in the summer, coming here, we wanted to make history. At High Point, me and DeMar coming from, kind of high major basketball, knowing what it takes at this point in time, and with our fan base rooting for us every night, like he said, it feels good to be here.
Thanks, gentlemen, right here in front.
Hi, Ralph Russo with The Athletic. Talk about coming to High Point. What was the selling point? Not a lot of history, nice campus, beautiful place, but what was the selling point to get you here beyond maybe just the coach?
What got me here was Coach Huss, for sure. I mean, I fell in love with the campus and all that, for sure, and the community is great, but Coach Huss, I believed in his plan, and it working so far.
Me being from Durham, North Carolina, it's an hour away, so obviously I wanted to come back home. I kind of seen what the guys, Keza, Monty Bodo, Latham, Trey Benham, that were there through the rough times. And when I seen how they flipped the program around, I mean, it was hard to not want to be a part of it, along with obviously the campus and all that. So,
Thanks, guys. Right here in back.
What have you guys thought of Purdue so far, seeing them on film, and what are the biggest challenges that they present for you guys?
Definitely just containing the point guard and stopping the pocket pass to the big are our main focuses. And, yeah, just making them guard us, too, as well.
yep, and just, being used to the physicality come with Big Ten basketball, knowing we got to, step it up a little bit now. We're at this point in time, but definitely those two front guys he was talking about, the 1 to 4 man, they take them as far as they go. So, and then just with the shooters they got around them, we got to guard that 3-point line and just make it hard for those guys.
Thanks, guys. Right here to the right.
Thank you. Pat Forty from Sports Illustrated. You guys were favorites to win your conference tournament. That carries a little bit of a pressure and a bullseye. Totally different this week. What's it been like, mentality switch from one week to another?
We just keep the same preparation no matter who we're playing. It's the same approach every game. So we practice hard. We've been practicing hard all year. So, yeah, we just keep that approach.
Good there. Right here in front.
Just to follow up on the coming to High Point, when you've been at some bigger programs, do you get a big program feel at High Point? Do you get a smaller program feel? In other words, like, I think sometimes you see transfers and they're like, wow, I'm used to playing in these huge arenas and these great facilities, but like, what does High Point have that's maybe comparable or different?
Oh, yeah, High Point translates for sure. I mean, the arena is beautiful. The fans show up every night, so it translates for sure. It's similar.
Anything else to that? No? Right here.
You guys have played at power conference schools before, so does that help in regards to walking in the door Thursday and playing a Big Ten team like that? I mean, does it take some of the pressure off a little bit, knowing that you've played big name schools before in your careers?
Yeah, definitely. Just having past experience with the physicality and stuff helps a lot for sure.
And I think it'll help. We know some of our teammates haven't been, at this level like some of us have. So I think we can talk to them, what to expect when you walk in. Obviously, the energy is, unmatched here. So I think, it can calm them down, take some time to think, take it all in, enjoy it, but also know it's a business trip as well.
Thanks, fellas. We're gonna take one right here in front.
So, Bobby, I'm Alexis from High Point. You were the Big South Tournament MVP, and that's a huge accomplishment. Coming off of that, how is that getting you excited for tomorrow's game?
It definitely, gives me confidence, and just knowing my boys, trust me, they, obviously that game we had a talk at halftime, a regroup, so it definitely shows, ups and downs, and we can keep the same mentality and just keep fighting.
Do you have any other questions? We have a few more minutes, if so. We're all set. You got one? Take one more here. Okay.
Kyle Hightower from the AP again. For people, I mean, obviously a lot of spotlight's going to be on Purdue. That's the known name coming in. You guys, first time in the tournament for High Point. What kind of basketball team are they going to see on the field? How would you describe High Point basketball and Allen's basketball?
I mean, the same way we've been playing all year: fast, shoots a lot of threes, scores the ball, and defends hard.
I think just a tough, hard-nosed team. You can't sleep on them. We're deep. We got 10 to 12 guys. You got to scout. So,
Do anything else for our student athletes? All right, we won't keep you. Appreciate your time. Good luck tomorrow, fellas. You're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll have Coach Huss on the dais at 10:35 a.m. I read it earlier, but yeah, we're ready again. No problem. Yeah. We'll be starting here with head coach of High Point, Coach Huss, here in about 3-4 minutes. And just a quick reminder, please no recording of the press conference on cell phone or camera. Thank you very much. Two more minutes. Coach, thanks for joining us. Do you have any initial questions out there for Coach Hudson once he's settled? Right here in the middle.
Hey, Coach, welcome. Tom Bruce, Sports Illustrated Purdue. You guys were here up earlier, having played at high major schools before and having experience with all that. How much do you think that helps translate walking in to an NCAA tournament event like this and playing a Big Ten team and things like that, just from a mental standpoint of having been there before?
Well, I mean, this season we have not really played any high majors, so this will be a step up in class and size and athleticism, all those things. I think the important thing for our guys to understand is just it's another basketball game. Obviously there's more at stake. It's one team goes home at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, we got to stay true to processes, and no matter our opponent, we've got to do what we do and make sure we make things difficult on our opponent.
Thanks, Coach. Right here to the right.
Indianapolis Star. You take us back 2 years and kind of how you started putting this group together, and how does what's going on right now, I guess, fit into the vision that you had at that point?
Ooh, that's tough. We got the job really late because we were in the Elite Eight. I was at Creighton before this, and we started attacking things. I walked in, and the best players in my program all told me they didn't like me very much and they were going to go somewhere else. They did so very shortly. The ones that weren't quite as good decided they were going to stay, and so we had some work to do to reconstruct a roster. We finally got a roster kind of put together that I think fit our vision pretty well of what we wanted to do. And then a season ago, our best two most experienced players were both ruled out for the season before they played a second. So we kind of had to reboot again. But it's been fun. It's been fun to try to throw together a team and a roster. The transfer portal has certainly helped our kind of rapid ascension to the top of our league. We wouldn't have been able to do this in old times, but we were able to attack the portal and find a couple of kids in junior college, find a couple of kids in the transfer portal, and then I think our high school kids that have come along have done a nice job as well. So I think we've been really fortunate. The guys have bought into their roles, and this season especially, we've kind of evolved into a team that's really leading themselves, and that part as a coach is gratifying.
Thanks, Coach. Anything else out there? Right here?
Hey, Alan, Pat 40 from Sports Illustrated. There's been a lot of Greg McDermott assistants go on to do well. Is there a common denominator? What does he do maybe to prepare you guys for being head coaches?
Yeah, I mean, Coach Mack, I think it's very basic why a lot of us have found success. He empowers his assistants. If you have the opportunity to work for him, you find out really quickly that if you're not ready, you're gonna be exposed. I was lucky to be able to run a lot of the offensive stuff we did there. You want to talk about a trial by fire? You're working for one of the best offensive minds in the game of basketball, and all of a sudden he's handing you a clipboard or asking you to run a drill, and that's an unbelievable way to grow as a coach. And that certainly wasn't unique to me. He allowed a lot of us, pretty much 3 or 4 assistants every year to kind of run with their particular area. And I think that allowed not only me, but a number of others to go on and find success.
Thanks, Coach. Right here in the middle. Sorry, wait, real quick. Thank you.
Eric Rue with the Providence Journal. Coach, as a quote unquote Cinderella team coming in this tournament, what is the approach coming here? Is it just simply one game at a time? Is it big picture? How do you and your guys approach this?
Yeah, I mean, it was a weird deal for us because we've been done for a week, so we got to sit around and watch all the other people that were fighting for spots suffer. That was kind of enjoyable. But now, once we found out our opponent on Sunday night, I've spent a lot of time in the state of Indiana, familiar with their program, so we were able to pivot and put together a game plan. And at this point, it's just it's not about Cinderella. It doesn't matter. Once the ball goes up, it's about trying to win a basketball game, trying to be solid in all aspects, in all phases of the game, and we'll try to do our best to do those things.
Thanks, Coach. Right here, back.
Coach, I also spend a lot of time in Indiana, and Darren DeVries is being introduced as the head coach at Indiana today, and just was curious if you would mind just sharing your thoughts on Darren and him getting that job.
Yeah, the state of Indiana is going to love Darren. I know it doesn't look like it, but Darren actually coached me. He's somehow kept his hair while I've lost mine. I played against him as a freshman. Then he was our GA at my sophomore and junior year, and then became a full-time assistant my senior year, and we've been close ever since. Darren's just an elite basketball mind. He works relentlessly, and he values skill. Skill that's I don't know if there's a better basketball state in the country than in Indiana. Like, he's going to be able to find plenty of it there. And I think the fans will love his style of play. They played a little slower this year at West Virginia just because he got the job a little late and wasn't able to field probably quite as talented a roster as he would have liked. But you're going to love his style of play. They're going to be gritty. They're going to play together. They're going to run motion, play man-to-man defense. It's going to be a style of play that the fans can get behind and that the state's going to absolutely love.
Thanks, Coach. Go ahead, Pat.
I want to follow up on what you said about watching everybody else suffer for a week there. What's it like in a one-bid league, especially if you're the favorite, maybe the pressure there, and how much does that flip coming to this tournament?
Well, that's been the most interesting thing about this season for us. We've been a favorite in pretty much every game all year. And, people probably don't appreciate how difficult that is, and I would certainly rather be the favorite than the underdog every game, don't get me wrong. But it makes you have a mental edge. And I believe that our guys, we know we're going to get everyone's best shot all season. And so I think that's the one advantage we have as we move into this space. We've been on edge all season. If we don't have our best stuff, we're walking into an environment or we're walking into a team. And it's one of the biggest games or the biggest game on their schedule. And so I think that's helpful for us. But the one bid stuff is, I hadn't been a huge part of that in the past, even really back to my playing days. I've never really been in one bid leagues, and the pressure's real. We were down 15 points in our conference championship game, and I would have been the worst coach in the world, and they would have been the worst team in the world had we not got it done, and we still would have had 28 wins. Pretty good season, but that's the world that we live and coach in, and we accept the challenge, and hopefully it's prepared us for for another pressure-packed situation tomorrow.
Thanks, Coach. Right here in front.
Hey, Coach. Ralph Russo with The Athletic. Building off Nathan's question about how you build your roster, you're getting some guys who are quote-unquote transferring down. What are you looking for in those players in terms of, you're probably doing some projection in terms of production, and also in maybe mindset of guys who can deal with that, if that's maybe the right word?
The transfer downs are the hardest to evaluate. A couple of ours, I think we had some pretty solid, cheat codes on. Kimani Hamilton, he came from Mississippi State. He's a guy that we recruited all along the way at Creighton. So I had seen him. I wasn't the lead recruiter on him. Jalen Courtney Williams was, but I watched him a number of times in club basketball, high school basketball. So when he was in the portal, he had almost no game experience no meaningful game experience at Mississippi State. But I was able to kind of think back to a long evaluation process that was a little bit more traditional in our recruitment of him at Creighton. So that helped with him. Demarion Williams is a guy that had success at our level prior to his going to Texas Tech and kind of falling out of the rotation. Those two guys in particular, I think, I'd love to tell you that I had some equation that everyone else doesn't have, but it was a dumb luck, probably in both those situations that we had something we could lean on. But that's the most difficult thing about this all. It used to be we had years to develop relationships and understand the human beings we're recruiting, understand their families, understand all the different factors that go into making them the people and players they are. Now that's all sped up, and access to information, access to understanding what these kids are about and what makes them tick, that's gold at this point. And having staff that can get to the bottom of it. I mean, let's be honest, people don't always tell you the truth in recruiting. They're trying to help a friend, a player that they coached, whatever the case may be. So getting access to solid information and being able to really identify these kids, especially the transfer downs. It's easy the kids that transfer, and we've got a sample size at the Division I level to evaluate. It's either, okay, they fit stylistically, maybe they can do this thing or that thing a little bit differently or better with us than they were able to in their prior system. Maybe it's just a straight, slide them right from their role there right into ours. But those guys that don't have a large sample size for us to evaluate, that's where the information is critical.
Thanks, Coach. Right here.
Nathan Baird, Indianapolis Star again. To touch back on your time in Indiana, that stint at La Lumiere, how instrumental was that, or how beneficial was that to the job that you then had to execute taking over at High Point?
Yeah, when you're working at boarding school, in a lot of ways, those jobs are more difficult than what I do now because you're really doing the exact same thing. You're bringing in a team, you're recruiting that team, but they don't have they're not grown-ups yet. They're still in high school. In many cases, they're 14, 15, 16 years old, and they're moving away from home. They don't have the support network. They don't drive yet. They're kids. And so you have all the responsibilities that we have now. In addition to that, I had a day job. I worked in the admissions office there. In addition to all that, these kids weren't self-reliant like they are at the collegiate level. So, the beautiful thing about boarding school is you get to learn all these things, fight all these battles, wear all these hats. You get to be the chauffeur and the laundryman and all those things. And I think number one, it humbles you. There's a number of times where you're doing something funny in that environment where you kind of think back to, really, really look inside or outside. You look around and go, how did I end up right here doing laundry at 11:30 in a snowstorm in LaPorte, Indiana? That happens, but you get to make mistakes also at a little bit lower level that aren't scrutinized. And I think as a coach, making mistakes and learning from those mistakes is probably as important, to the growth process as anything. And I certainly made my fair share. And fortunately for me, there were very few people that cared when I made them. So I was able to learn without ending my career.
Thanks, Coach. Any other questions? Got time for probably one or two more out there if possible.
I'm Alexis Taylor from HPU. So the Creighton connection between you and Purdue assistant Paul Lusk as an interesting matchup or layer to the matchup. How does your familiarity with him influence your preparation for the game?
Well, he certainly knows what we're going to do. I mean, we sat in the same meetings for a long time, and Paul's a great friend. His whole family, they're close friends of ours, and he was instrumental in our success. I wouldn't be sitting here without him, because he really, when he arrived at Creighton, we went from being a team that kind of did some jumping jacks and got in the way defensively to becoming the defensive juggernaut that they are now, which is crazy to say. He was such a huge part in that growth process for our program there. But he knows what I'm going to do. I'm certainly familiar with what Purdue's going to do. There's definitely a familiarity there. I don't know that it makes all that big a difference, other than I cheer for him when we're not playing against him. I won't cheer for him tomorrow.
Thanks, Coach. Take one more in the back here.
Well, we asked you about LaPorte, so I guess we should ask you about Culver too. Can you talk a little bit about your time there and what that meant to you as well?
I mean, same deal. Culver's it's a little bit bigger school, and because of that, there's a lot more infrastructure. So you don't wear quite as many hats as you do at La Lumiere. That's such a small place. But I've got great friends and great memories at both places. We were really fortunate. My family was fortunate to be in the state of Indiana, northern Indiana, for a long time, and we valued our time there. My kids were little kids at both those places, and grew up on campus. And when you start talking about quality of life, working at Culver, at La Lumiere, that's a pretty darn good life. There's a reason why people go to those places and don't leave. It's like stepping back in a time machine. Kids play outside. You've got great people and families around, and you're immersed in where you live and work, and it's a phenomenal lifestyle.
Thanks so much, Coach. Good luck tomorrow. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We have a bit of a break here. You're all set, Coach. You can get back. Thank you. We'll be joined by our Purdue student athletes here. 11:05. As of right now, scheduled should be junior guard Fletcher Lawyer, junior guard Braden Smith, and junior forward Trey Kaufman-Wren. Thank you. Oh. Things great. Yeah, something. Everything's going well. Perfect.
Shane is going to take care of, I think Kristen is going to take care of the next guest, Purdue.
Okay, excellent.
We'll be doing, where is it, McNeese.
Good old McNeese. I love it. Beautiful. Already one down. Good stuff. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. let's give it a few more minutes if possible, like 3 minutes. Yeah. We'll start with our student athletes here in about 3 minutes or so. Purdue, just as a courtesy to your fellow media members, please silence your cell phones. Thank you for those who are stating first and last name. Please continue that each time you ask a question. And we're no one on the Zoom yet, but if please just once again, no recording of the press conference on cell phone or camera. Thank you very much. Oh, so that's interesting. Okay. That's fine. Good to know. Yeah. Yeah. Can probably start getting set up. Yeah. Morning, fellas. How we doing today? Good. Good. Do you have any opening questions for Purdue student athletes out here? Someone's gonna have something on here, right here in the middle, please. Thanks.
Tom Bruce, Sports Illustrated Purdue. You guys have been through a whole lot of NCAA experience, very good, very bad in the last few years. How much does that help just sort of ease and maybe some calm walking into another round of all of that this year?
You can go down the line if you want to start with us, Trey. Thanks.
I just think anytime you have a certain experience, it helps you. And so just the fact that, we've been here before, we've done it, we've had success, and we've had failures. We know what it takes.
Yeah, like Trey said, having been somewhere before, you're definitely prepared for it, what it brings, good and bad. So just making sure we're prepared and the guys in the locker room are all prepared for whatever's thrown at you.
Third guy here, so same they said, but just understanding each position we're in, each scenario, like they said, we've been through it. We understand how to handle it, and just to help these younger guys out, and I think that's our biggest thing. So,
thanks, guys. Right here up front. Thank you.
Bill Koch with the Providence Journal. Braden, you have the #1 assist rate in the nation coming into today. I wonder just if you could take us inside how you see the game, how you're able to, sort of manipulate the chess pieces out there.
Yeah, well, one, it's my job, and I've been doing it my whole life. But two, I think when you're surrounded by other great players, it makes my job so much easier. So, I mean, yeah, I get them the ball, but they make the shots. So I think just having great teammates, my 3 years I've been here, that's obviously a huge help, and I wouldn't be here without those people. So it's more credit to them than it is to me.
Thanks, Braden. Anything else? More questions for you guys? Yeah, it's got to be a couple. Right here in front. Sorry, you can go ahead.
Trey, just going off that, what's it like to play with a point guard where he's looking to give you the ball and get it to you in spots where you can score it?
I mean, I think it's great. I mean, especially for people who like to score. When you get the ball in your sweet spots and they're on time and they're good passes, it allows me to be really efficient with what I do. But it allows everybody on our team to be really efficient in what they do. So, whether it's the big guys getting layups or we have great shooters on this team getting open shots, it just allows everybody to do their job better.
Right here in front.
Braden, there's obviously a lot of history in this tournament of point guard play being successful, leading a team to being successful. For you, having been here before, does it feel like your ability to sort of recognize things quickly and then kind of get the team in position to react to whatever a team is throwing at you in a tournament like this becomes that much more important?
Yeah, no, I think, like I said earlier, just going through all the situations, and we have a older group, like these guys up here, we've been all through those situations together. So it's not just me understanding how to handle a certain situation, they understand it as well because they experience it. And then obviously we have a great head coach that's been through everything as well, so he also understands it and can help us. So I think just having that great supporting cast and people around us and our experience through the 3 years we've been here, I think it's just our job as the older guys and the people that have had that experience to help the younger guys out. So,
thanks, Braden. Right here in the middle.
Braden, you guys 3 and 6 down the stretch had some rough games there. That didn't turn your way. What's been the mentality and the attitude like though? Practice back at home, all that kind of stuff. Like what have the conversations been like the last 3-4 weeks?
Yeah, kind of just flush it. I mean, it's a new season. Each game is super important moving forward, and we got to win one at a time. Whether that's doing whatever we have to do that, we have to do that, and we all understand that as well. So I think for us, or at least my mindset is flush all those losses down. They don't matter anymore. So this is what matters. This is what we're here for. And we made it to where we want. It's our dreams as kids to be in this tournament, and we're here. So have fun while doing it and enjoy every step of the way and try to get one at a time.
Thanks, Braden. You're in front.
Ralph Russo from The Athletic. For any of you guys, they have a fair amount of guys who transferred down. So, I don't know if it's like, when you look at them, do they look a little more similar to maybe a Big Ten team? Are you even familiar with some of these guys because maybe they were in your orbit either through recruiting or high school, things along those lines? What's your impression of them? And again, are you in any way familiar with some of these players because of where they were before?
Go ahead, Braden, if you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously here for a reason. They're a great team, and yeah, when we scouted them, we knew they had players from higher division teams that came down, and things happen, but they're still great players. So we understand that, and we're not going to overlook anybody, and I don't think we've ever done that since we've been here. And we understand that, like, they're going to be good, and they're a good team, and they play well together. So we just got to continue doing our thing and take them as if it were a Big Ten game or we're a high-level game. So
all good there? Okay. Good, John.
John Fanta from Fox Sports. Braden, I'll give you one off. I'll ask this to Fletcher and Trey. There's that saying, anything can happen in this tournament. But when you guys have been to where you've gone, I know this is a brand new tournament, what are the keys to showing up for a one-game playoff every time and putting a run together that you can look back on as you get ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think, like you said, anything can happen, and we're a prime example of that. We've seen the lowest of the lows, the highest of the highs, haven't lost to a 16 and haven't made it to a national championship. So just making sure our guys are ready to go right from the tip for 40 minutes and doing whatever it takes to win. I think team could come out and not miss a single shot, but ultimately it comes down to who can take care of the ball, who can rebound, and who can play harder, whether shots go in or not.
Yeah, no, exactly what Fletch said.
There we go. Okay. Anything else for guys? Okay. About 5 more minutes, if so. Going once. All right. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate your time. Good luck tomorrow, okay? Thank you. We'll have Coach Painter joining us in about 8 minutes, starting at 11:20. Thank you. Yes, sir. This is the CBS crew that's embedded in the Okay. Cool. Appreciate it. Everything else sound okay, Jim? Everything good? Okay. So let me know if anything changes. Talking some BC hoops in here. There you go. I was there. I worked there with Jeff. Yeah. Right.
Who's the priest at BC that put his nose in everything? I can't think of
Leahy.
Leahy.
Yeah. He's finally done soon. Yeah. Yeah. I will. I'm not at liberty to discuss, but yes. I think so. I don't know. Yeah.
So, Mark, did you work with a specific sport or just
Hockey.
Okay, you were hockey.
Yeah.
That's a dynamic.
Yeah.
Leahy getting people about you. I mean, realistically,
So you didn't deal with a lot of the mediocrity.
No, me and Yorkie got to have some good times. Never won the whole thing, but yeah. I was there for enough football and basketball, though. This is their year. They got to do it. They have to.
Last year was really.
Oof, that was rough. That was rough.
No, like the minute the puck drops, you knew that game. Like, oh, they're tight.
Yeah, the goalies in college can steal it. I'm telling you. Morning, Coach. Thanks for joining us. Coach gets settled here. Do we have any opening questions for Coach Painter? John, give it to you right here.
Matt, John Fanto, Fox Sports. We talk with the players about this. I'd be curious to get your thoughts on it. When you have seen it all in this environment that is a one-game playoff every time you step on the floor. With this particular group of kids they're the epitome of that.
Right.
How does that help everything going into another one?
Well, I think just the respect of your opponent and understanding like how good everybody is in this tournament, and we didn't need some of that to happen because I've been on the other end of it at Southern Illinois, and but you know, High Point is a very good team. They're well coached. I've been in his practices when he was a prep school coach. He coached one of our guys, Raphael Davis. My assistant was on the Creighton staff, like with him, so we know how well coached they are. But you know, anytime you can dominate your league, win your tournament, and win 14 straight games, like that's respect, man. Those guys, that's a hard thing to do. That is a very difficult thing to do in any league that you're in. So our guys understand that, and a handful of them understand that the hard way.
Thanks, Coach. Here back.
Brendan Quinn from The Athletic. Matt, High Point's offensive efficiency numbers are fantastic. What do you see there?
Yes.
And anything you would kind of compare them to for people who haven't watched them much?
Right. Well, I think, you know, they really like work the ball downhill. They drive the basketball. You know, they live in the paint, and that's what you want. You know, the stat that we talk about at every halftime is how much are we living in the paint and how much are we able to keep somebody out of the paint. And when those numbers are good for us both ways, you know, we're normally up 10 to 15 points. When it's the other way, it's normally bad news. And they're very efficient. They're very analytically aligned. They're taking threes, but they're also getting a lot of inside-out type threes. But more than anything, they're getting to the free throw line. They're getting layups. And a lot of times when they shoot layups, it's over help. And then they're the best rebounding team, you know, in the Big South. So it once again, more layups, right? And I think that's going to be a key thing for anybody that plays them, is being able to keep the ball in front of him, trying to keep the ball in the paint and making them score over you, but not score over you at 2 to 7 feet, to try to keep that basketball out more. But that's easier said than done, because the teams that I'm watching on film are not doing it. And so we have to do a better job as a group of keeping the ball in the paint. I would say that's what jumps out the most to me.
Thanks, Coach. Is there one in front? Right over here. Can we get right here to the right? Right here.
Hey, Matt. Trevor Hess with the Boston Globe. CJ Cox had no high major offers when you discovered him. What was it that jumped out to you when you first did, and since that point, how has he blossomed to become a starter as a freshman?
Yeah, I recruited a guy for 2 years, longer than that, and really spent a lot of time recruiting him, and really liked him. Big fan. And just the last game of AAU, he played really well against his AAU team, Middlesex Magic, and I didn't know who he was. And then after the game, he scored, 27 to 30 points. And after the game, all of the guys from his AAU team went and hugged him. Every player, every coach. So I didn't know the coach at his AAU team, so I called him. I asked a couple people in that area about him. He said, yeah, his dad played football at Harvard. He's going to be an Ivy League guy. You know, and he's got a handful of Ivy League schools. And I just was like, maybe I just saw him at his best game, right? And I think I did, but so I just started digging on him, and, you know, just a hard-working guy. He was older, took a fifth year, very competitive, great academically, can make shots, can make pull-ups, not a quintessential point, kind of a combo, but was just about winning. It just seems all the things that you value as a coach, you know, in terms of what leads to winning, you know, he epitomized. And as I kept going on, and that's a hard thing to do, to like jump off a guy you recruited for 2 years that you really like. But as it went on, and the other kid kept making more visits, and people were jumping in on him, I was just like, hey man, this guy wants to, like, really, really wants to be here. And Coach Katie would always talk about that, like, make sure you understand how important that is when somebody really wants to be at your place. So it's worked out. You know, he can guard the basketball. He can make shots, and he can play off of our other guys. He can play off of Braden Smith. He can play off of Trey Kaufman-Wren. But we're very fortunate to have him. He's done a good job for us.
Thanks, Coach. Is there a mic here in the middle? Yeah, go ahead, Pat. Go ahead.
Hey, Matt, Pat 40 from Sports Illustrated. I want to follow up on that. And you said watching him interact with his teammates.
Yes.
How much is that sort of thing, group dynamics and things away from what they're actually doing on the court matter
Right.
to figure out who you want?
Well, it's also staying with it. One of the things that I found out when I called him was he'd been in their program since third grade. So things, everyone has adversity in what they do, and he stayed with the same program for that long, and then that really resonated with me. That high academics, he's pretty quiet. He gets along with people, but he's pretty quiet, and you're just wondering at that point the why. Trust your eyes, trust everything, but why isn't other people recruiting him? He's been out there. They've had other good players in that program, but you just keep doing your work and you trust your work there. But you would like more time to get it figured out. The problem is that allows time for other people. But when he did that, it was they weren't hugging him and doing all that because he was a bad guy or whatever. They generally were sad for him because that came to an end for them, which in reality it doesn't. You still have those relationships and you still have that, and that's what the college experience is all about. Even though the landscape is shaping, it's still about that, and we shouldn't get away from that.
Thanks, Coach. Here in front.
Matt, Bill Koch with the Providence Journal. Along those same lines of recruiting, I wanted to ask about Braden Smith. You were the only power conference offer that he had,
Right.
Which obviously means that you liked him, but could you have seen this player, an All-American, a guy who
Right.
leads the nation in assist rate right now?
Yeah, I thought he was really good, but it was during COVID also, so I didn't physically go see him, but I had some people close to the situation that played at Purdue before that kept calling us and saying how good he was. I had a commitment at the time, and I didn't have a scholarship, so right as that happened, I jumped right into watching film of about 5 or 6 guys, and he was the only guy that wasn't nationally ranked, but he looked the best on film. But it's not football. I like watching film, but I want to see you in person. But we couldn't do it at that point. But then I trusted some other people in the business and around the business after watching him that he had that competitive gene, and that he was tough, and that he was a leader, and he instinctually can pass. He can really, really pass the basketball. But no, it's very similar to the questions I get about Zach Edey. Did you see it that he was going to be a 2-time National Player of the Year? No, I didn't. But if you can see that, then we've only been able to get one McDonald's All-American. We're probably going to fall out of favor there. We're not gonna get that one. So, but no, our guys, it's a real unique deal. So when we win, people say we're great at developing players, and when we lose, we don't go in the portal enough. So yeah, it's kind of like being married, right? You're damned if you do and damned if you don't. Where's the answer where everyone's happy? That's all I want, right? But that's part of competitive sports. That's part of sometimes you're going to have growing pains in development. Some of the losses that we had, he was our guy. But the major wins that we've had, he's been our guy. And so I think that loyalty is a two-way street. And so when we have struggled and he's been running the show for us, we've stayed by him and stuck with him, but he's also stuck by us. And I think that's a special bond. It doesn't mean things can't happen and people break off and people go and do different things, but that loyalty is pretty important. It's pretty important to success.
Thank you, Coach.
Sports Illustrated, Purdue. Matt, Braden and Fletch and Trey are up here. They've all a lot of experience in playing in this tournament and such. But you've been a top 4 seed for 8 years in a row now, and Sasha Stefanovic and P.J. Thompson were part of that as players too. Can you talk a little bit about their role in communicating things to especially your younger guys as to what they can bring to all this years of experience too?
Yeah, well, P.J. and Sasha's voice is really important because as a lot of people in this room know, as you get older, sometimes the youth of America doesn't listen as well. So them being able to pass on their experiences and share things with them, good and bad, I think resonates with them. I think you have to have that in a program. You have to have youth, but they also have to have wisdom. And I think that's what they have. I think that's what PJ and Sasha have. They're mature for their age, and they really have helped our players, not just offensively and defensively, but just how to approach things and how to handle things, especially adversity.
Right here.
Matt, you were talking about loyalty, and this time of year with whether it's coaches starting to move, players starting to move, portal getting ready to open, blah, blah, like, what do you address, right, in terms of blocking out noise or, you know, because it's kind of natural that these conversations are already happening even though you're preparing for a game. So how do you address kind of the inevitable?
Yeah, you really don't. You know, it's something you talk about, you know, keep your focus. You've worked so hard to be here. Be here. Like, be here. Like, be in the moment. Like, let's compete. Like, what we did from the start of June to now is about right now. Like, but also have fun with it. Like, make sure you have fun with your experiences. But a lot of things that end up happening, like, you just got to move quicker when it's over. And that's what kind of, that's what the business has presented us, right? And so, like, right as it's over, it's like, hey, take 2 weeks off. We'll come back. We'll talk about things. No, it's like, take no time off and let's have our exit meetings. And here's where you are. Here's where you're going. Here's where your money's going to be. And, like, you know, you're trying to, once again, like, put your jigsaw puzzle together that just ended. But you have to move towards that. And just because somebody leaves, I know I used the word loyalty, it is part of it, right? If you don't embrace and adjust and understand, like, what's going on, it's going to steamroll you. And you might know all those things, and it still steamrolls you. But you still move to the next. You got to be able to move to the next thing and just be honest. Like, I think if you're honest, you're going to get yourself in a better position, you know, as a coach. Don't say one thing in a meeting to one player that you couldn't openly say to another one. Just be honest about where you are, and if someone's going to leave because they're going to make more money or they want a different role or whatever, like cool. Like, now the rules allow you to shift. Like, look at some of the teams in our league that people, like, ranked 15th and they got second, third, fourth, fifth, or whatever the hell they got, because you're able to shift real quick and get some quality players. And now that dynamic, hopefully after this year, I think the following year, hopefully we'll have more stability in that area where we have, like, a cap, to where, like, now we don't have extremes to where people have those advantages from a money standpoint. But the thing I don't like about it is 99% of college basketball don't play professional basketball. It still helps so many people have an opportunity that wouldn't have an opportunity for education, but also have a better start to their life and have a better life. I just don't like that issue of it. Now, to the 1% to 2% or whatever it might be, whatever, I get it. I get it. That's your dream and that's what you want. But some guy chasing money that's never going to be a pro, I don't think that's a bad, like, hey, why not? Like that's your thing. But somebody that is going to be a pro or has a great chance to be a pro, the most important thing for you from a basketball standpoint is your development, and the big money for you is in the NBA, not in college. But if you're not going to be a pro, see, that's who I think should chase it a little bit, the guys that aren't pros, because you're not going to go make it that way. You got to go in the real world like us. I average 4 points, right? Like I'm not going to leverage somebody. How the hell am I going to leverage somebody? I haven't made a shot in a month. So, like, that's where you get in between stuff. When the guys that think they're pros that aren't pros, you don't want to take their dream away from them. But it's like, I know this, like, the happiness you have from coming together and sacrificing and winning games and being in this tournament. Like, we can win this next game, we can lose this next game, but we've all had that experience together and that journey together, and that's pretty cool. Like, that's pretty cool, and that's unique. So if you're always chasing things, and you don't recognize that, if you can get it all, like, God bless you. Like, good for you, because that's what it's about. That's what you want to see.
Thanks so much, Coach. Unfortunately, I think we'd have you moving on here out of time. Best of luck tomorrow. Appreciate it. In about 10 minutes or so, we will be joined by McNeese State student athletes, senior guard Javon Garcia and senior forward Christian Shoemate.
I did Boston's Sweet 16 in the Elite Eight last year. Maybe that was it. But I've been in Boston area for a while, so I don't believe so. No, I don't think so. No, probably just another handsome guy. I don't know. But thanks for help. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Folks, just once again, here in about 3-4 minutes or so, we'll be joined by senior guard Javon Garcia, senior forward Christian Shoemate. Continue just please using stating your name and affiliation when addressing student athletes and coaches. Thank you very much. Morning, Christian, Javon. Just grab your seats whenever ready. We'll get a couple questions headed your way here shortly. Anything out here for our student athletes to start us off? Right here in front, Ken? Give me 1 sec, yeah. Thanks.
Matthew Travis, KPLC. For both of you guys, we'll start with Christian. We talked yesterday, but just talk about the excitement of physically being here, and you guys are about to practice here again.
I mean, it's very exciting. I'm glad to be here for another year, and grateful to have the opportunity to be here once again. And you know, we were excited to be here, but we're excited to play. We're gonna go out and practice today and get a feel for the environment, and you know, just start to get things flowing and get in the mindset to play and win some games. And you know, yeah, we are excited to be here.
Thanks, Christian. Anything on that, Javon?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, like Christian said, like we were excited to come back this year, and this year we want to win some games. We're gonna be practicing today, getting a feel for the court, and then later on we're gonna practice, just work on ourselves and see what like the team that we play, what type of stuff they run and stuff like that. So we're excited.
Thank you. Got one here in front right.
Jim Gazzolo, American Press. For both of you guys, how much has last year's experience kind of given you kind of the better feel for coming into this game?
Go ahead, Christian, if you're ready.
Well, last year it was good to get the experience, and you know, your whole life you kind of look forward and dream of moments like that, and when you get to them, you feel as if that's what you were waiting for the whole time. And being able to have that experience is it's great to have had that experience, but you almost are unsatisfied after having it, especially when you get the opportunity again, because you want more, and we got a lot of guys on the team who strive more and want to do great things, and so now it's good to have had that experience, but we just hungry. We got a lot of guys, me, JG, everybody else on the team is just thirsty to win, thirsty to play again, and just thirsty to have some more time together around each other and make more moments happen.
Anything on that, Javon?
Yeah, like just going off what Christian said, like this year we like more hungry. Last year it was definitely an experience to come here and play, but this year we want to make something, like make a run and win some games this year and just be around each other more and just have fun.
Thank you. Right here in front.
Matthew Travis, KPLC. Christian, for you, last year you guys went up against a tall, physical Gonzaga team. This team is very similar. They have 5 players 6'9" or above. So how did you learn from that going into this, going up against physical team?
Yeah, it was. We learned a lot about our team from that game, and I think moving forward from that point and building our team this year, we kind of had that in the back of our minds, and knowing that was what it was like to play one of those teams, and we had a lot of tests early on in the out of conference to kind of set ourselves up for success within the last year's Gonzaga game earlier on in the season, and I think we've done a better job of preparing for the outcome of something like that happening, and I think we're something that we can match. We're something that we can overcome. It's something that we can adjust to, and now that, like you said, last year we've experienced something like that. I think we're prepared, and we're like I said earlier, we're hungry to meet the challenge. We're hungry to try to overcome it.
Thank you. Right here in the middle.
Eric Rube at the Providence Journal. I'm wondering if you guys can kind of go into the Amir thing a little bit. Just obviously the viralness of it, and how did it start? I mean, is this something is he the character that or whoever he is on, in all these videos? Is that who he is? What he was, and how has it kind of helped, get this program excited about playing basketball?
Sorry. Yeah, I got you. I feel like it happened like they just recorded him one day, but he been doing it every game. Like no one ever seen it, but he's like the same person every day. Like he's an amazing person to be around. He always comes around and tries to cheers everyone up, on and off the court. Like he's just an amazing type of person, and he's a good person to be around. It definitely, the hype is like real now that he's hyping everyone up and has our university like really big right now, and I just feel like I just love it for him just because the type of person he is.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was kind of just gonna say the same thing. That's definitely who Amir is. Ever since we've been around Amir, he's always been the same person and always, uplifting everybody around him. Super goofy, and he's just that's who he is. He's a funny person. And one day, it was just a clip of what we do all the time, and it caught on. It was super viral, and it was just everybody got a chance to see him how we see him, and that was basically the story. His game? He nice. Amir nice. He can put the ball in the cup.
Thanks. Back right, please.
Christian, back here. Brennan Quinn from The Athletic. I would imagine after last season, you probably had some options to maybe move up to high major if you wanted to, and you obviously decided to run it back. I wonder what kind of went into that decision. Why were you comfortable staying at McNeese? And if whatever you're willing to share about kind of you going through the choice of like weighing, what went into that?
I was happy. I was happy with my teammates, my coaches. I love the city. I love my coaches. I love my teammates. And, I just couldn't find
a reason to run from happiness. I was fine where I was, and I just felt comfortable making that decision.
Hey, Chapel Fowler with the State. A question for both you guys. Just what about Will Wade drew you to come play for him, and what makes him such a good coach in your mind?
I would say like his loyalty is definitely number one. Knowing like we come, me and Christian came from different schools, and loyalty is like a big thing in this college, like the college universities, and he wins. So like it's hard to not play for a coach that wins and he's loyal to you, and he will do anything for you to make sure you're straight after this and during like when you're with him. And I say that goes a long way.
Yeah, kind of the same thing. The last question was kind of going into this one as well, like my answer. Loyalty means a lot to a lot of people, and that's kind of how I look to be. And there were people around us and our team and our coaching staff. We all were loyal to each other, and everybody kind of fit in together, and we had something good going. So it's kind of easier when you realize those things. And as far as Wade, all of those things apply to him and our relationship that he has with everyone, and that's kind of what you look for most, and when you want to find somebody that you play for.
Thank you. Up here in front. Okay. Got time for probably two more.
John Blau with the Post and Courier, just following up on Coach Wade. He's a Clemson alum. Is that something that's been mentioned at all? I think he talked about you guys don't practice on Clemson football game days. Like, is that something that's meaningful to you guys to play as alma mater?
Definitely, it's definitely been a thing. He told us how bad he wants this win, and we just been taking it all in. Like everyone as a team, been practicing real heavy, knowing what's on stake, and it's also Coach Burns' alum too. So they've been definitely telling us about it. We definitely got to get the win for them guys.
Thank you. Take one last one here in front. Or we get to one, sorry.
And for both of you guys, JG, for you first, when talking to Heath Schroyer yesterday, he called this trip a little more business-like. Would you agree with that and kind of expand on
or Jordan? Do you, but like, I don't want to make like more of a big deal than it should be. Like I don't want to like put you on the spot or anything, but like she needs like that's like call out material. That's absurd. I'm so pissed about that. I'm gonna hit her up now. Jordan's slacking me. Is she near you? Jordan. Can you throw her on for a sec, if you don't mind. I just saw you sitting in that room. We don't have another press conference till 1:20. Is it? Will I be turning it into a more of a situation that needs to be if I jump on at 1? That's fucking bullshit. That is like that's the most mad I've honestly maybe ever been with Meg or anybody. Like what the fuck is that? Yeah, I'm gonna send a message right now. That's not happening again. Okay. But I just want to make sure that I'm not saying anything that's gonna like, of course, be taken out of whatever. But that's ridiculous. Like, all right, should I send some? I don't even know how I should send it. How about this? Can you let? I'm free for like the next 20 minutes. Let's see how can you see how the meeting goes? And like if it comes like somehow comes up, great. But if not, like if it's not even remotely addressed, like I'm gonna bring it up somehow. That's absurd. I'm gonna try and join on I think I'm free around like 4 o'clock, so I'm gonna try and jump in on the TV thing late. But can you just let me know how it goes and if it comes up, and if it's not, I'm gonna address it. All right, thank you. All right, bye. Fucking joke. couple minutes, we'll be joined by student athletes DJ Wagner and Jonas Adu. Just as a heads up, sounds like we might be a little delayed on the student athletes, just getting through security on arrival now. So hopefully 7 minute delay or so. We got time. No rush. How's it going? Good, thanks. As you guys know, it took you a minute to get in here, so let you get settled. If we're ready, though, we can open up the floor to questions for student athletes here. Right here in front. Oh, sorry. Can you wait for the mic real quick? Sorry about that. No, it's my bad. You're fine.
My bad. DJ, obviously, Boogie coming back into things. How has he looked in practice, and how are you guys kind of divvying up the ball handling roles so far?
He been looking good. You know, we just all happy to have him, be able to have him out there with us, just have him by our side again, just being able to be on the court with us again. So, you know, he been looking good, and he gonna help us a lot.
And then last season, obviously, you were in the NCAA tournament with Kentucky, and that didn't go the way you wanted. How much of a motivating factor is it for you to be back in the tournament, and what did you feel like you learned from last season's result?
I say it's very motivating, but at the same time, you know, I'm just grateful to be able to be in the tournament. You know, this is something you dream of, just being able to play in March Madness. So, you know, it's like a blessing. But, you know, something I learned just, you know, not to take any game lightly. You know, every game is going to be hard, and it's not going to be easy. So, you know, just to prepare for every game like it should last.
Thanks, DJ. Got one here in front.
Hey, DJ. Adam Zagoria, NJ.com. How you doing, man?
How you doing? I'm good.
Good to see you, man.
You too.
Last year, what was Cal's kind of message to you, you know, when you transferred about how you could get better and become a better player at Arkansas, and how seriously did you consider maybe trying to go to the NBA after last year?
Really just learning, you know, learning from experience, just listening to him, just trusting him, just stuff like that, just really improving in everything, you know, like nothing specifically, just improving as a teammate, you know, as a player, and just everything. And when it comes to the NBA, I ain't really like put too much consideration into it, you know.
And just how difficult, to follow up on that question before, how painful and difficult was that loss last year, losing in the first round, and how kind of happy are you to have another chance at that?
You know, it's very painful. You know, me personally, it was very painful. Just, you know, that wasn't the plan, you know, to lose. And, you know, that's never the plan, though, to lose, especially like in the first round and stuff like that. But, you know, I'm just happy to be back. You know, happy to have another opportunity and another go at it. And, you know, now I know, you know, you can't take anything lightly. You can't take anything for granted because, you know, none of the games going to be easy no matter who you playing because every team is good. So I feel like it was a good learning experience.
I mean, when you came out of high school, there was a lot of hype and expectation with your ranking. Everyone thought you were going to be one and done. Do you just feel now like your timetable to get to the NBA is whatever it's going to be is what it'll be?
You know, I ain't even thinking about that right now. You know, I'm just thinking about March Madness, just winning with my team. You know, right now I'm in college, so that's the only thing that matters to me. You know, my team and my teammates and just trying to win.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Thanks, DJ. Any other questions here? Right here in front. Right here in front. Yeah.
Yeah, Jonas, obviously you went to the Elite Eight last year with Tennessee. John L. has been to the Final Four in the past. Just how much is the team leaning on you guys and that experience so far since you guys have been working on the tournament stuff, and just how much have you kind of embraced a leadership role with that regard?
You know, they definitely depend on us a lot, especially me and Nelly. We've been, you know, to the, you know, future rounds, Elite Eight, Final Four, but, you know, we need every individual in this team, including the coaching staff, just falling back on the work, going in, scouting each team carefully because we don't want to lose these games. Like, we want to go all the way. We're trying to get Arkansas there first, you know, the second national championship, so we're trying to go all the way for sure.
Green volume real quick, sir.
For both players, when you guys look at Kansas, what are some of the things that stand out about them to you guys?
Really good team, well-coached team, obviously. A lot of history between the two. They played them in the exhibition earlier. They had some missing players. I wasn't playing, so it's going to be fun to watch. We're already in March. We played them October, so just exciting to see.
Yeah, you know, like Jonas said, you know, they're a very, very well-coached team, very talented, very experienced as well, you know, especially when it comes to, like, the tournament and stuff like that. You know, they're very experienced. You know, a lot of our players have been here before, so I mean, we excited. You know, we just excited to be able to go up against them and be able to compete against them, just knowing how good of a team they are. So, you know, we prepared as much as we can, and we're preparing as much as possible because we know it's not going to be easy.
And DJ, for you specifically, looking at the game you guys played in October versus now, where's the biggest difference you've seen from Kansas?
You know, of course they had a couple players out. You know, they had a couple players out, so, you know, players that can make them a totally different team. But, you know, even the guys who we did play were good as well. So just learning from that, you know, that was an exhibition, you know, so it's been a long time since then, and they've had a lot more games and stuff like that. So, you know, I feel like we'll be seeing a totally different team.
Anything else up there? Nothing else for our guys? All right, if there's nothing else, thank you for your time, fellas. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you. We'll have Coach Calipari join us here at 1:35, about 7 minutes. Thank you.
And so now it's practice. Here's what, should I say, here's what they're going to do to us? Should I say it that way? And the team is like, how would, because I've done this. But playing someone that I really respect and have a friendship with, hard in this thing. It's hard because both of us are going to try to beat the other guy's brains in. And then after it's over, you're going to feel bad 12 seconds, and then you're going to move on thinking about the next game. But, no, they're good. They're big. They've struggled some, so have we. But he's a great coach, has built terrific programs and cultures. I don't know if he's in here, who not in the hallway, but this, this was one of those years that was so rewarding. Thinking about not this and that, all I'm thinking about is where we were, threw us in the coffin, forgot the nails. We bust out somehow. 0-5, 1-6, and 2 road games you have to play. No chance of the NCAA tournament, and all of a sudden we're here. So, I've had real fun with this team, mainly because they're a bunch of good guys. We had to play without our 2 leading scorers for 3 or 4 weeks. You're done. They got both of their leading scorers out. They're done. And this team found a way. They became one heartbeat. And that was so enjoyable and rewarding for me. Now you go from this thing, while you're maybe in it, trying to figure out next year's team. That's different. You don't get a chance to relax or enjoy or nothing. You're moving on to the next thing. That makes it different. But it's, if you're about the kids, it's the same. To me, it's the same. I've got the same job.
But you get them for 1 year and then they're gone, and then you have to, as opposed
So
to,
you know my career, right?
Yes.
That's what I've been for
Yes.
some of the other guys. Now, let me say, our league, you had teams that started 5 seniors. Like, we were the youngest team in the SEC, but you had teams that retained, which is going to get harder and harder to do. But they had, and one team had a couple grad students and seniors. I'm not begrudging them. They're really good. But it's going to start where it's going to be hard to retain. And whatever's next, we'll just try to be first.
I guess what I'm asking is, do you enjoy this job as much as the job that it was when you started?
Well, when I started, I had no basement to go back to. Every game seemed to be life and death. I remember sitting in the locker room and saying, how did Coach Smith do this for 30 years, where I'm in the locker room not knowing whether we can win or lose. Then we got good, and 20-some of the games I knew we were winning. Done. And it was the other 10. Do you split them? Do you win them? What is it? Now I'm back to win or lose any game we played. And that means literally all year. We played 10 NCAA tournament teams, and I believe 5 or 6 of them in our preseason games or exhibition game, whatever you call them. So, no, it's different. The name, image, and likeness has made it different. The kids all being free agents. Guys, 15 years I had to retool teams every year. Maybe have 1 or 2 back, maybe have none back. Started 5 freshmen in what was that, 15 or 16? 15, I think. 5 freshmen, and we were in this tournament. Could you do that now? No way. There's just no possible way. But back then you could do it. So now I'm got to get a little more veteran, but I'm not going to stop recruiting young kids because it's what moves me, that being able to help families and it's what moves me. So I'm not going to change that. just going to have a few beasts that have beards and kids in the stands. I don't know.
Thanks, Coach. Here to the left.
John, Matt Votor, Mass Live. Did you, when you saw the pod?
You weren't great when we used to work together, but go ahead.
Thank you. When you saw the pod come out and you see this building, you have history, Bill Self, you have history, Kansas, you have history, Rick, you have history. Did you kind of pause in for a moment and just kind of appreciate that this is almost this is your life pod?
Well, do you want me to tell you exactly? It came down to the last 4 teams, and we weren't in yet. And I'm like, could they possibly do that when 4 teams that got in were below us in the SEC? They can't do it. Can they do it? And we got in. Then I started breathing. And I still haven't thought of all that other stuff you talked about. We've got a hard game tomorrow. Hard game. And I just want to be at my best where I'm helping these kids for 40 minutes. I do everything I can to help them. This year I've had to do this a lot. You have 7 guys. What are you going to they throw it away? I had one guy have 7 turnovers in a game, and I was telling him, you're doing fine. I mean, it's so, no, I haven't. But I know how good of coaches they are. And we're forgetting about Omaha. They had a heck of a year now. They're no like, well, they're not this and not. No, they deserve to be in this conversation too.
Hi, John. Nick Coy from ABC6 here in Providence. Just your reaction when you heard that Providence was going to be the place where you play in the first and second round.
Italian City. We already went out to Federal Hill, went under the pineapple. Let's go. Had a nice meal last night. And like I said, last time we came here, it was a lot of fun. At 4-0, we weren't able to go down there. I tried to tell the guys, you know. But it's, no, I love Providence. I do. I mean, it's, you know, it's been one of those places. By the way, their practice facility at Providence, oh my gosh. Like, wait a minute. I remember they practiced in that old building, you know, so they've really done some good stuff there.
Coach, right here with Pete to the right.
Injury question on Thero. He's been considered doubtful for this game. Is there any chance he plays tomorrow?
Yeah, no, he won't play tomorrow. You're still playing. It'll be a hard game.
Thanks, Coach. One more in the middle here.
Yep. Nicole Auerbach, NBC Sports. John, when you said that you predicted it and you told your team, is that about Kansas or is that about St. John's potentially in the second round?
Both. Not that they would be the 2. Okay. I said they would be the 2. If we come out 10, they told me who the 7s were. I said, we'll play Kansas. And if we're the 2, it'll be him. Now, I thought it may be played somewhere else.
Still worth buying a lottery ticket, probably.
Where do you think I thought they put us to play?
Lexington.
Come on. You know what and they didn't. I'm like, when I saw we weren't there, I'm like, wow, somebody must have been sick and went to the bathroom or something for them not to put us there. But look, this is so different for me in that fighting to get in it, the rewards of this. Let me say one other thing. Every one of these players was in a dark place at one point or another, really dark place. Questioning, can I play? Questioning everything. Every one of my players, and the first battle you have is with yourself. That's the first. Don't worry about the other. Worry about you. And your first battle is that. And we've gone through so much. I see kids smiling. Some of the guys, I'm like, I just love to see your smile. For 3 weeks, you had your head down and trying to say you're fine. And I also told them, you're never going to disappoint me. Not the way you are as a person and how hard you're working and what you are. I'm never going to be disappointed. Just go play. We still have, you know, some guys that missed 2 will miss 3 more. So they haven't quite broken through that. But we've got guys, like I just throw out Billy Richmond. He just plays. If he makes mistakes, he'll look at me, my fault. My fault. Enough my faults. But he just plays hard. But, you know, it's, for me as a coach, and me telling him this experience of being in a dark place and overcoming it, not someone else, you overcame it, is going to be with you for the rest of your life. And when you're in a dark place, you'll know I can bust out of it. And so we've had those kind of life lessons with this group. But it's been rewarding. Now, it'll be really rewarding if we play well tomorrow. And playing well will not guarantee that we'll win the game because they're really good too. Thanks.
Starting here at 2:05 p.m., we will have student athletes from Kansas, DeJuan Harris Jr. and KJ Adams. Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry. There's just I knew this would be a shit show, so just yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, Mark. Anthony, what's up, man? Nice to meet you. You work down in Arkansas? Come to team? Nice. Awesome. I can see that. That's good. He seems like an awesome guy to work with. Yeah, that's awesome. It's great to hear. Nice meeting you. We'll see you around this week. All right. 2:05. Sorry about that. I had it for you, and he just got up off. I apologize. He went long. Glad you got it.
South next.
Kansas student athletes next. Yeah. Yep.
Mr. Warlock from the NCAA got back to our guys.
Okay.
You can't film.
Okay.
But this guy, I told the guy here, look, you can record it
Mhm.
as an audio because you're radio.
Mhm.
You just can't use the film. He goes, okay.
Okay.
We still recorded the last game. I don't know with the video.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fight anymore. It's an NCAA issue.
I don't think there's anything we can really do. To take the phone over hands, to me, it's an outdated rule anyway. So, but I appreciate monitoring it. So, but thank you for looking. Because it's hard 'cause I saw him at first and I was like, I don't want to interrupt it and call him out, but I was like, it's pretty blatant, obviously. But yeah, but I appreciate it.
So this Arkansas Kansas game
Yeah.
is one of those interesting matchups where you have each coach has won a title.
Yeah. It's crazy, huh?
Not this early in the tournament.
Yeah.
They would meet, but
Yeah, it's pretty cool. This is an unbelievable read. I mean, every game has some cool storyline. It's awesome.
yes, I mean, everybody is excited about being here. Was TD Garden a site last year?
We hosted the Sweet 16 and an Elite 8.
Oh, okay. You did
Yeah,
the second
second round. Yep. Yeah, so a little bit shorter days because there wasn't any teams, but it was good.
Is the ice always under the floor?
Yeah. Yeah, because they can't really melt. They got to keep it down there. Yeah, yeah. So they lay plywood right over it and pop the cord on top. Yeah. It's like in the West End. So I live in Back Bay, like West End, like West End financially, but squarely like in the West End. Yeah. That's in Back Bay. That's right. Right in Boylston Street, pretty close to Prudential. Yep. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. It's going. 205. Yeah. I think they had it. Oh, come as we speak. How's it going, fellas? We'll let Dewan and KJ get settled here. Just give us a sec and we'll open up the floor to some questions. All right. All right, folks. Have any questions for our student athletes here? Kick things off.
Months from now, I think we should be ready tomorrow. We have a great game plan.
No, thank you. Oh. I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. I appreciate saying it. I don't. The rules are very clear. Yeah, it's always something. Just so you know. I appreciate. I don't. I'm behaving. It's such a ridiculous. It's crazy. It's so fun. It's classic NCAA. Oh, it's perfect. You know. Getting in their own way at all times. Yeah, it's exactly.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, Charlie's here for 2. Okay, off on it. No, he's not. I think he's playing tomorrow. I don't know. I didn't have a chance. He was like pressed for time, so.
It sure looks like that.
Okay, you too.
Nice guy for that.
I'm good. I'm good. Maybe I'll throw one up there for coach.
But what do you have, ACL?
I'm good. I got my coach. Oh, yeah. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. Yeah.
I heard Chris calling order Moses.
Thank you.
Both these games on CBS tomorrow. That's gonna be the biggest game of the day. Late afternoon, 7 o'clock.
Welcome, Coach.
What's up, Adam?
How you doing, Coach?
Whenever you're settled, Coach, we'll open up the floor to some questions. Got anything?
Yeah, I'll take one.
Oh. Go here in front. Can you get a mic up front here, please? Front. That's fine. Go ahead.
Bill, Sam King from the Journal and Courier in West Lafayette. I wanted to ask you about Floyd Badunga and just the ceiling for a kid who's played 3 or 4 years of organized basketball. Clearly has the athletic ability. How has he kind of honed in and become a better basketball player in his time with you?
Well, I think he's gotten better, but I think there's a big 2 or 3 steps he
he can still take. He's to your point, he's very young in the game. He's got to develop some consistent offensive ways that he can score more points. Right now, he's a rim runner. Obviously a lob threat. Scores off of putbacks and in transition. But he's got to get where he's a better back to the basket scorer and a better face-up scorer. But I actually think that his ceiling is as high as it's the highest of anyone in our program, and I think his ceiling's one of the highest that we've had at Kansas in the last several years.
Go ahead, right front, on the left here, Coach.
Bill, when you first saw this bracket and this pod with you and John and Rick here, kind of what was your reaction? Do you think the committee likes a good storyline, putting you guys all here? And, what about the fact that only one of you three Hall of Fame coaches and teams is going to come out of here?
Well, I think, I don't quite look at it quite as deep as what some other people do. I looked at it that we were seated probably where we deserve to be and who you're going to play on the 10 line. And I said a week ago it's going to be Arkansas. I said, you watch, we're going to play Arkansas. I didn't have any idea who the two would be. But I think it's fine for us. I would think, and I don't know positively, there'll be a little storyline with Kansas and Arkansas, but the potential of a Calipari-Patino second-round game may put Kansas in a favorable light, to be honest with you, because we've been talked about enough over the years and over time. I'm kind of looking forward to having people talk about the others, and maybe we can kind of sneak up on somebody.
Right here in front, Coach.
Gary Bedore, KC Star. Bill, Rylan Griffin, how much can his experience help, and what can he do to bust out of his little shooting slump?
Well, we got to get him looks, but, he can shoot the ball. He just hasn't shot it consistently here of late, but we've got to get him looks. But to your point, last year at Alabama, he got on a pretty good run in the tournament. So hopefully he'll remember that and have confidence from that.
Back right here, Coach.
Hey, Roger Rubin from New York Newsday. Bill, about Zuby Ejiofor, when he decided to transfer, can you tell us a little bit about, what your dialogue with Coach Pitino was about him and what your impressions are of his player development?
Oh, I think that Zuby's done fantastic. They've done a great job with him. I have followed it. I've followed St. John's closer than normal just because of Zuby. I think that Rick over time has done as good or better job than anybody in the country has done at wherever he's been in developing guys. I thought he made a great choice. We did not want Zuby to leave. It was going to be kind of a crowded house, and maybe the immediate opportunities weren't going to be as much, at least the way it looked at that moment. So we supported whatever he wanted to do. He was terrific in the time that he was with us. It was just too short. But it doesn't surprise me because he's an athlete that's very smart, and he's a sponge, and he's tough. And those seem to be pretty good combinations for playing for Rick.
Back left, Coach.
Bill, Pete Thamel from ESPN. The last 15 years or so, generally, you've had a bus ride or a short flight, home-ish games, high seed, nice. Is this experience just been a little bit different, coming, a pretty long flight away and just being a crooked number seed?
You know what, Pete? It may feel different to Kansas people. I don't know if it feels different to me. I mean, I was at Tulsa. Since 2000, what's that been, 25, 26 years since 2000? That was the last time that we were outside a 4 seed. So we were a 7 in 2000 at Tulsa, and we made it to the Elite 8. And ever since then, we've been a 4 or better. To your point, we have probably played consistently closer to home usually, but if we're not going to be one of those, I think being close to home also can add pressure too, because of the expectations and things like that. And I think there's less distractions when you get away. So I'm looking at this as a very positive thing.
Thanks,
Love
Coach.
Providence.
Sorry, Coach. Right here in the middle. Right here. Sorry.
Zach Brazil, New York Post. Bill, back on Zuby, is that just kind of one of the drawbacks of this age where a guy doesn't play a lot as a freshman? I mean, you probably would have liked to play him more. I know I think he might have had some injuries that year too.
Yeah, we had he and another freshman named Ernest Adu, who's at TCU, and they kind of split time. They didn't, and then we played KJ Adams at the 5. So that was we were a pretty good team. We were a 1 seed, and then that's when the portal opened and Hunter became available, and we took Hunt. So you can imagine that would be a situation where if the portal, if there wasn't immediate eligibility back then, I'm not sure that Zuby may have, but I'm not sure Zuby would have left. But since with the immediate eligibility and the way the portal works, and Hunter could come in and be eligible immediately, I thought it was a pretty good decision on his part. And I'm not saying Hunter over Zuby. I'm not saying anything like that. But you recruit a guy that was just an All-American to come in against with 2 kids that struggle playing 10 or 12 minutes a game. It probably looked like it was too crowded a house.
Thanks, Coach. Over to the right.
Nicole Auerbach,
Hey, Nicole.
NBC. Hello. When you were talking about how Pitino's developed players over all these years, we just talked to Cal. You guys have all had these long careers. There's been so much made of Hall of Fame coaches getting out of the game and the next evolution of it. What do you think is the key for you guys for still being here, still back in March, trying to make some noise?
I can't speak to everybody else. I think the biggest key, and I think we all go through it, is why did you really get into the profession? And you did it because, you love the sport, you want to impact kids, but you also love to teach. And I think the way it's set up now, it puts teaching kind of possibly more in a frustrating type mode because you may not get them for 2 or 3 or 4 years where, now when you plan, your long-term plan is over 12 months as opposed to 24 or 36 months. I think that the key to be is not get it twisted on what you really love to do. But I do think it's challenging with the way it's set up in order to do that. Obviously, Rick and Cal, they've been so good at it for so long, and we've been pretty good at it for a while too. But we talk about how everything sucks because it's not the way it used to be. And there was probably some things about our sport that needed to change. And we're kind of in the middle of the change where there's some discomfort. But I really believe the way that our sport looks today, it will look different in 2 or 3 years, and it'll balance out. We all just need to kind of ride it out.
Thanks, Coach. Over to the left.
Yeah, Anthony Christensen, HawkSports.com. Just obviously, when you guys played against Arkansas in the preseason, Boogie Fland was there, and he's been out for a while now, but now he's back. Just what have you seen from Arkansas with and without him, and what does he just kind of bring to their team?
Well, they dominated us in the exhibition. Hunter didn't play, Ryland didn't play, Shaq didn't play, if I'm not mistaken, Adu didn't play for them, and Nelly was not quite healthy yet, even though he played. Athletically, they were much more physical and faster, especially at the guard spots. I think the thing about it is, and granted, I've watched them quite a bit through the year and watched a lot here of late, but it seems like to me the emergence of Brazil and Richmond, to me, as much as anything, has keyed everything. DJ's playing at a high level. The other guys are playing at the level they were expected to play to, in my opinion. But those two have just taken off since we played the exhibition. And then, you know, Boogie was probably the best player in that exhibition game. So getting him back, I'm sure will be a bonus for them. They present a lot of challenges because they're athletic and they're shooting the ball more consistently now, and they've shown that when they're good, they're as good as anybody.
And you and John Calipari have competed in this tournament twice before, and also obviously in the regular season games as well. Just how much do you reflect on those meetings as you guys kind of look ahead to this game?
Probably not much. At least I won't much. I can reflect back and I'll say, okay, out of bounds under, short clock, 30 seconds left, down 3, John ran this. I can remember those things. And we are all kind of a creature of habits, so to speak. So I wouldn't be surprised if he wouldn't try to do something similar or whatever. But I don't really see it coach versus coach. I see it team versus team. And so I do know that there are some things that they did in that exhibition game we'd like to slow down and take away. And hopefully it benefited us by getting our butts kicked by them in that exhibition game to help prepare us for this game.
Got time for one more if it's out there. If not, all right, Coach. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Pat, did you have one?
Can I ask if you're creatures of habit, would you run a dribble handoff for a 3 late in the game against Calipari?
Depends if they're switching the ball screen or not.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, guys.
All right. At 2:50, we joined by Omaha student athletes, senior guard J.J. White, senior forward Markel Sutton, and junior guard Tony Osborne.
You don't need a cup.
I just heard you mention.
Given I've had 2 people text me about Cal already, Cal.
He predicted it.
He.
What did you take away from it? He predicted it.
I think that I think they thought they were looking to make more of like a storyline out of it if him going there. Yeah, yeah. That's what I gathered.
Hey, Chris, can you grab some cups? They got to put in the cups. Sorry. Need the cups. Yeah, they got to have the cups in there. Sorry. Yeah. Is that okay? Thank you.
I'm on it.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate your time. Once we got everybody settled here, we can open the floor to some questions. Any questions for Tony, Markel, or JJ? Gotta have something out there. We're gonna go back left here.
Hi guys, Anthony Christensen, WholeHogSports.com. Just working with Coach Crutchfield just over the past year, just obviously he's had his experiences elsewhere. Just now that he's a head coach, just what has he been like to work with since you guys have gotten to know him? Just for any of you guys or whoever wants it.
Let's start with you, Tony. If you want, we can go down the line.
Yep. Us three have been here all 3 years with Crutch, and he's meant a lot to us. We stuck together through the hard times, and we kind of built the relationships together. And now we're getting to see some success. And really, just day one was believing everything he's told us because of the great players he has coached. And we're trying to be just like them, and now it's starting to pay off.
Yeah, we built the foundation here. I mean, he's been really good. He's a great coach. We love playing for him, and yeah.
Yeah, I knew him at those OU days. I know how I felt him not getting that job. So I just feel like he's feeling the fruits of his labor right now, and just everything we've done through these past 3 years, it's all just a testament to what he does, what he believes in, and how he works.
Thanks, guys. Back left again.
Yeah, it's Chuck Culpepper from the Washington Post. I wonder if all three of you could tell us just something that happened this week that made you go, wow, about this experience.
I think ours was probably just right now when we saw Tyler Eulis, obviously on the Arkansas staff. Me and JJ kind of joked that we had watched him growing up, and he was a real killer back in the day. And kind of walking by and saying what's up to him was kind of my moment that really kind of was wow for me.
Mine's probably to welcome him at the hotel. We had a lot of people there cheering us on and cameras and everything, so it was good walking in and that.
It's hard to answer that question because this whole thing is new for me. So I would say everything. Everything's been crazy. The NFL guy posting us this week.
Yeah. Right.
I mean that was pretty crazy. So yeah.
Thanks, guys. Right here, front left.
Hey guys, Adam Zagoria from NJ.com. Just what kind of stands out to you about this St. John's team when you're watching film? What are the biggest challenges they present? Obviously, they play pretty intense defense under Coach Pitino. They're not really known as a great shooting team. So what kind of challenges do you see, and just any thoughts on going up against Rick Pitino and kind of a legend in coaching?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's a Hall of Famer for a really good reason. I remember watching Michigan, Louisville, and as a little kid in my basement when they were playing the national title, so it's a surreal feeling. But really, St. John's, just their physicality. I mean, they're all big. They're going to try to bully you and punk you, and part of our job is just to have to compete for 40 minutes against that, and that's what makes them so great. That's the reason they've won 30 games and won the Big East.
Yeah, he's a great coach, Hall of Fame coach. We give him respect. They're a physical team, so we got to match their physicality, and we just got to not turn the ball over, and we got to hit shots, and I think we'll be all right.
Yeah, I agree. I think Pitino's a great coach, Hall of Fame coach. The way he gets those guys ready every night, it's something to test for, and we have to match their energy. I mean, they come out, play hard, and I will say they have plenty of different ways to win. So if we match their intensity, then it'll be a good game.
I mean, some 15 and 16 seeds have won in this tournament. Are you guys kind of embracing the underdog role and saying, why not us?
Yeah, I think really for us, it's we have nothing to lose now. We just have to come and compete no matter what and try to represent our university in the best way.
Yeah, we're definitely embracing it. We just got to stay connected and just play hard and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, like they said, we're playing with house money. The pressure's not on us; it's on them. So we play hard, compete, and just see what happens.
Thanks, guys. Right in the middle here.
Anthony Evangelista, ESPN, Charlotte 730. This one could go to any of you guys, but has there been a bit of a vocal leader for any of you guys throughout this run, just on the team?
I feel like we're all vocal, us three. We're the leaders. They go as we go. So I'll say all three of us, really.
We had really good leaders when we kind of stepped in this program. Even our first year, we won 9 games, and it didn't matter. Those older guys really showed us how to lead and how to compete. So it's a huge credit to them, and I think we're just trying to kind of pave the way for the younger guys as well.
I'll give you that answer you want. Tone's our leader. He's been our vocal leader all year. Anytime getting through a fight, dog fight, he comes down, sits on the coach's chair, talks about us, and then Kel, he don't really talk a lot. So when he does say something, I mean, everybody listens. It's like when stuff comes out of his mouth, it's like, all right, let's see what Markel has to say. And I mean, I'm the point guard, so these guys got to listen to me all day. So I mean, that's where I come in, just calling plays, stuff like that. But I mean, these two, they've been carrying us all season. I'm just step up there and play that point guard role, be a reflection of the coach.
Sam Ojeda with the Gateway. You're known for your ability to control tempo, but also make big plays when needed. And with point guard play being so important during March Madness, how do you control not only playing that position, but trying to keep your guys in shape?
I think that's, in my opinion, the hardest position to play on the floor. I got to be locked into the scouting report sets, everything they're doing, what they're going to throw at me, coverages, that stuff like that. But I mean, it's a testament to the coaching staff and my teammates, the amount of trust that they have in me throughout this whole season, because as you know, it's been an up and down season for us, but when it got up, it's been up. So, I mean, just having that trust with these guys and they trust me, I think I'll be fine if I just stick to the game plan, what my coaches want me to do.
Thanks, guys. Right here in front.
Hey, guys. Ben Dixon from Newsday. You mentioned sort of the opportunity playing with house money, things like that, what this opportunity represents, but what do you guys need to do? What's the recipe to actually, stay in the game and potentially pull an upset here?
Yeah, I mean, we got to rebound every possession. That's got to be an emphasis. In the Summit League, we're kind of the bigger team and kind of impose our will a little bit. And, we know it's a completely different ball game here. So just really every possession, focus on that. And then obviously trying to not be sped up and just kind of be calm the whole time. Obviously, they're going to have a great turnout being kind of close. But it's just taking care of the ball, rebound, and try to match the energy and physicality.
Yeah, like you said, just rebounding, matching their physicality. We can't get punked, and it starts from the jump, so we gotta be ready from the jump.
Yeah, piggyback on what they said, I think it's two things: a physical and a mental game. I think physically it could probably be the hardest physical game we played all year, and mentally it will be. It'll be a test because the fans will be here, the Red Storm will be packed, so we gotta be ready to take on that, not turn the ball over, and take good shots.
Thanks, guys. Any other questions for guys? About 5 minutes left, if so. If not, though, can you guys head on your way? Appreciate your time. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Should have Coach Crutchfield join us about 3:05 approximately. Thank you.
Click on there.
Yeah, it's just not doing anything. It wasn't prompting. It just kind of does that. Yeah, it's weird.
Maybe I have to make you something more than a panelist. So let me go back and look.
Okay.
Around.
Thanks.
Will Wade is apparently done to NC State.
Like already?
Yeah, reached an agreement.
Reached an agreement. Okay. I had it. Funny. Is he coaching in this game?
Yeah, I mean it's.
Thank you. Oh, I can.
I'm trying to think if we remember a situation where a guy was coaching another school.
There was a Steve Fisher who was had a job.
That's pretty funny again, too, like the way he did though. I thought it was, I mean, I've never seen that candy. I know, I was like, yeah. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. If it happens again, hopefully it works out. Yeah. Okay. That's what it. That's what it was. Here, let me show you. Yeah, it's here. So. Cool. That's all right. Let's do it. Get you up here in a minute. Yes. Yeah, he's here. We're going to let a few people fill in. But yeah, 3:05. Oh, I'll take whatever you're having then. All right. That's, it's been a lot of talking up here, not much eating today.
Yeah, take care of your pal. Dinner reservation.
But Adam, to answer your question, no.
Yes. It's pretty.
Nicole, I don't know if you saw on a computer, but I'm right through with you. Yeah. Bruins sticker. Work for the Bruins. Did we? Hey, Michaela, did we get St. John's guys yet or no? Okay, that's fine. No worries. That's fine. No worries. Thank you. All right, we can probably get started, Coach. If you'd like to join us, it'd be great. Get this show on the road. Where'd you go? Mic right here? Yep, thanks. Thanks for joining us, Coach. Once you're settled, we'll start off with Nicole here with a question. Thank you very much.
How you guys doing?
Hi, Chris. Nicole, we talked on the radio last week.
Yeah.
Nice to see you. I was wondering, what was your reaction when you see the coaches in your pod and all the national championships and Final Fours they're responsible for?
Good question, because I've been asked that question before. It's definitely a who's who of college coaching, and I'm sure a lot of people asking who the hell is that guy, other guy in that bracket. But no, it's an honor to be around those guys, and ran into a couple of them in the hallway right there and had some great conversations with John and Bill, and known those guys for a long time, and happy for their programs to get to this point.
Right here in the middle.
Hey, Coach. Tyler from the Gateway. What's it like coaching for your alma mater in March Madness?
It's an honor. It's really an honor just to get to this point. And it's even more special just because this is my school, and I went to school here, and there's a sense of pride and every emotion that you could possibly have. That's what I'm feeling right now, just because this is the first time we've been here, and it's my school.
Back left here.
Oh, hey, Coach. Adam Zagoria from NJ.com. How you doing? Do you have any history or interactions with Coach Pitino? Any anecdotes of your history with him, and just your thoughts on what challenges this St. John's team presents? Obviously, a great defensive team, maybe not the best shooting team in the country, but they're going to play defense under Coach P.
no anecdotes other than the fact that I know he's a Hall of Fame coach, and he's done a great job. Everywhere he's been, he's done a great job. Their team is 30-4. No matter what league you're in, you win 30 games, you're a pretty good basketball team. So we got our work cut out for us. They're a physical team. They're a very physical team. They're big. They're athletic. They defend you, and they're probably one of the best offensive rebounding teams in the country.
Right here, back left, coach.
Yeah, it's Chuck Culpepper from the Washington Post. In the span of your big career, you detoured a high school to coach high school, right?
Division II.
How did that help shape you in that?
Well, it was during COVID. It gave me a chance to be a head coach, and I took the job and coached my kids for a year at East Central University in Ada, Oklahoma. But it was a chance. It was just basketball. You know, you couldn't recruit because of COVID, and we was locked into the gym. It was gym and home, and it's probably one of the funnier years I ever had coaching basketball. But it gave me some head coaching experience also.
Thanks, coach. Got a follow-up, yeah.
Why was it one of the funnest?
Well, it was just simple. It was real simple basketball, and there was no recruiting. It was scouting reports. It was myself, one assistant coach, and our guys the whole time. And, you know, back then it was just limited to what you could do, where you could go, people that could come into your gym. So that's what made it fun, because you got a chance to lock in just on basketball.
Thanks, coach. Anything else out there? There you go, front right.
Hey, Chris, Ben Dixon from Newsday. What's the recipe for you guys to sort of make this a competitive game tomorrow and potentially pull a shocker?
I think one is take care of the basketball. Two is going to be able to handle their physicality. And I think the third thing is definitely we have to be able to rebound the basketball. They're a great offensive rebounding team. So those three things I think are the major keys in to staying in the game.
Does having two 40% three-point shooters, like upsets sometimes start with that? You know, teams score from behind the arc. Is that something that's crossed your mind?
No doubt, we're going to have to make shots. I mean, I think that's been our team identity all year, is being able to spread the floor and make shots. But that's part of it on the offensive end for us to make shots and not turn it over, and then keep them from getting second chance points also.
All right, Coach, if you'll bear with us, we have a question coming in from Zoom. We're going to try and take this here, if you can help us in the back here. Wendell, we're going to have Wendell Barnhouse. We're going to have you ask a question to Coach here. Give me 1 second, allow you to talk. If you can hear us, you can unmute yourself and ask a question.
Okay, I got you guys. Thank you. Wendell Barnhouse with Hoops HQ. Chris, I was wondering, with Creighton being there in Omaha, is that a help or a hindrance to you as far as what you've gone about in 3 years trying to build a program?
I would say it's a help. Me and Coach Mack are really good friends. We share on a Coaches versus Cancer board together, and he's been really helpful to me during my time in Omaha. And I think it's fabulous. You can have two good programs in a city like Omaha. I think it definitely helps us a lot.
Here's the goal.
When you're going through something like this for the first time for a program, what do you tell your guys? Like, how do you prepare for all of the newness?
Well, the thing I kind of lean back on my time as an assistant. I've been to several tournaments and Final Fours and Elite Eights, but talk to them about a routine, keeping a routine. We're a routine-oriented team. Trying to control your emotions, make sure we don't get too high, get too low. The other thing, just do what we have always done. I know the stage has gotten bigger, the lights have gotten bigger, but let's stay true to who we are as a basketball team. Stay true to our scheme and what we've been doing all year. And at the end of the day, it's going to be 40 minutes of basketball that have to be played. And around all the hoopla that's involved with the NCAA tournament, there's still going to be 40 minutes of basketball that has to be played.
Thanks, Coach. Back left.
You have coached in a Final Four in Houston, as I recall.
Correct.
It was a hard day.
I didn't bring that up. You did.
I'm sorry. I was wondering where it's come to rest in your mind as an experience, given how great it was to be there, but how hard it was while there.
Well, it was a great experience just to get to that level when there's only 4 teams standing. We had a great respect for Lon, what he's done to help me in my career, and we was locked in. Had the Player of the Year at that time in Buddy Hield, and it just was a bad night. We just didn't make any shots. But I think, I always reflect on to our guys about that moment and getting to that level and what it was like. And I try to share all those experiences with those guys to kind of help them get through this moment right here, what they're going to go through. Because it's going to be a lot of emotion, a lot of anxiety, because guys never done it before. And I try to share many stories as I can with them and kind of help them a little bit.
Got a few more minutes if you have more questions out there. If not, though, let's get out of here, Coach.
All right.
Best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks,
Thank you
guys.
very much.
Thank you a lot.
Take
Appreciate
care.
it.
We'll have St. John student athletes still waiting on those names here. We'll get those to you shortly at approximately 3:35. Thank you.
I did not, but the transcript will be up quick. Must have, which you like better, rinse in the bathroom? Must have been sick, right? That's probably better.
Yeah, that's probably it flows better.
Yeah. Then you get do you write your own headlines? Then I get the.
Yeah. In the same system. I'm NJ.com is the same as us.
Yeah.
all got to start somewhere, right? I mean, were you there for this year's being fun? The finals?
I was not there for finals.
Did you hear what happened? Did you hear what happened?
What was the deal with those kids? Is that what you're about to talk about?
That's what, yeah. Well, it was one kid.
What happened?
He's a suit. He plays soccer at BU. And Drew Merkel literally called me and apologized about it. And I was like, I don't care. Like it. He was just asking ridiculous questions and
So what school?
BU.
Okay, good.
He asked the goalie.
Yeah,
He asked the goalie if he knew what his jock straps smelled.
No, you were fine. It was all
Yeah,
good.
no, my guy. I was afraid that one of them would come back.
Yeah.
When you said that, I was worried that one of my guys would come
Well, like
back. No.
this kid comes in late, sits down like in the back corner, like wearing aviator shades. I'm like,
Not somebody in the communications program. This is for.
yeah, it was interesting. And then found out that he was like a place. He came up to me and didn't understand the issue. I was like, man, you just asked like a 17-year-old Russian goalie what his jock smelled like after a game. I'm like, that's. I get you're trying to be funny, but like you're putting him in, and he actually handled it really well. Like I wasn't even sure if he could speak English, but he was actually great.
What was the point?
He's
Was he
basically
trying
trying.
to get a video or something?
Yeah, he's trying to like start
Yeah, was
something
that
up.
like
and-
an influencer
yeah.
thing?
Just going about it the wrong way. And Drew explained that. And
In the last 5 minutes on his IG before they're on to something else.
what's that?
So in the last 5 minutes on his
Oh,
IG
if
before they're on to
if
something
that,
else.
if that, yeah.
I don't know how long you. Oh, that, no, it was the final four, Frozen Four, and BC lost.
Mm-hmm. Wish they didn't win Tampa and
No, it was
Philly.
here. No, in here. It was Boston.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, yeah.
And someone, I know exactly who, but I'm not gonna say.
Sure.
Someone said to Jerry York, like, they bring out York first, and then we ask a couple questions, and the guy says to him, with all due respect to the losing coach, some of us are on deadline. Can we get the winning coach out here now?
So what's that? Wait, this was at the Garden?
This was at the Garden.
Who's in this?
Do you know what year that was? I don't know.
Whatever, I can
I feel
look
like I
it
would
up.
have remembered that. That's
I can look it
crazy.
up.
Thank you.
Because
Thank you.
there's only been a couple that have been in the Garden. And
That was-
actually,
that was- thank you.
I
That
went
was-
in and talked to Jerry about for a story at some point. I was
But
like,
see what-
10 years later, I was like, "Do you remember this?"
He-
He said, "Oh, I remember it." And I said, "I just want to apologize."
But that's someone like that's with him. It's not even a register.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
because
no,
he's
people,
wired
no,
so.
but it registered, but he didn't. He didn't.
Of course, right.
He let it
Of
roll
course.
off the bat.
Yeah. Some wouldn't so much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Well, then this kid asked Pandolfo. Okay. fair. But then this kid asked Pandolfo. He's like, "So when you're out there, do you generally try and score more goals than the other team?" But you dickhead. And Pandolfo's like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. It's like, oh my god, this needs to end. So
Who is that guy for? Is he a student media or is he like varsity?
he's a student. Well, he's a student athlete at BU, which is kind of even crazier. And like a really good, according to Drew Mercer, like a really good student. I think he's just trying to make a name for himself in the wrong way. So, but you should have seen like Powers and Mahoney are all looking at me, and I'm like, I was like, I have no idea what to
This
say.
is one of you people.
Yeah, like don't. Yeah, he's one of yours. Don't look at me.
He like Powers got up and just laughed.
Yeah, he's like, I've seen it. He's like, I'm done with this shit. How the hell do we say his name?
Must have been. $1998.
Oh, so that was like in the God, what's his
Michigan
name?
beat BC.
Yeah,
Red Barons.
they wanted a red out there, huh? As a Michigan guy, I can't be too
It was
upset.
overtime.
God, who was? Who scored that goal? Yeah, it's Michigan's last national championship. Actually, that's pretty funny though. God, that was that long ago, huh?
Yeah, Michigan's last.
Yo,
St. John's is 18 and a half.
How's it going, fellas? Once Kadari and Zuby are settled, we'll open up for some questions here. All right. Anything out here for our student athletes? Get us going. Right here, left, front left. Here, let me just get a mic in front of you real quick. Sorry.
What's up, guys? Adam Zagoria. Zuby, Coach Self was in here before saying you've developed a lot and gotten better, since you left Kansas. And, he was asked why you left and kind of said because Hunter Dickinson came in that maybe you thought it was too crowded at the center position. Can you just talk about a little bit about your decision to leave and how you feel you've gotten better and improved under Coach Pitino?
I was just coming in as a freshman with the highest of expectations. Things didn't necessarily go the way I had planned, and like he said, Hunter, had ultimately made the decision to commit to Kansas, and me and my family made the decision that was best for me at that stage. So, we decided to look elsewhere, and I'm entirely grateful for my time at Kansas, and so now I find myself in a better situation for myself, and over these past 2 years, I couldn't have imagined going to a different program, and where I could develop, like you said, under Coach Pitino and everything that he and all the standards that he put out for myself. So I'm really grateful that I spent the last 2 years here at St. John's, and looking forward to it.
Thanks, Zuby. Right here, right.
Kevin McNamara, WPRO. Zuby, over here.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit about Omaha. What has jumped out to them in your game planning and film, and what do they do well?
They're a really talented, offensive team. They got, their point guard, who's as best as there is in the country, and their power forward as well that stands out, and all those other players, role players around them, do their roles and everything like that. So they could really shoot the ball, and like I said, they're really talented on the offensive end. So we watch film in that department, and to see where the spots where we could be the most successful and just apply pressure the entire game.
Thank you. Right here, front right.
Ben Nixon from Newsday. Kadari, have you kind of noticed anything different? Because obviously Coach Pitino's been around the block with the tournament, just how he's prepared, just this past week, his mannerisms, everything like that. What's it been like these past few days compared to the season as a whole with him?
I'll say the intensity definitely took a jump. There's no margin for error. We've been sharp with everything we've done this week in preparing, so I'll say that's the biggest thing I noticed.
Thank you. Front left here.
Kadari, have you heard anything from Shaheen or any of your teammates at Seton Hall wishing you luck, or have they reached out to encourage you or wish you luck or anything?
Only Dylan. Only Dylan.
Just share what he said.
Yeah, just good luck and do my best and try to bring it back home.
Anything else? John, can we get a mic for John here? Right here. No.
John Fanta from Fox Sports. I guess along those lines, who's the coolest person that you guys have heard from on this run?
Coolest person? Walter Berry?
Well, he's pretty cool. Yeah. I was thinking, in the Jimmy Fallon realm, if any other New Yorker had, given you guys good luck. I saw the Yankees, the Mets. As a Brooklyn guy yourself, like what's the meaning of that, to see all the New York sports teams be like, hey, St. John's is one of us too?
It feels good, just knowing that the whole city's backing you, and that, we've did special things this year, and we're trying to continue to keep it up and continue special things going on.
Awesome. Thank you. Anything else? Nothing else for our guys here? If there's nothing else, we can let you guys head out here. Appreciate your time.
All right, thank you.
Good luck tomorrow. We'll have Coach Pitino join us in approximately 10 minutes, around 3:50.
soundbite will make its way around today. Yeah. That is cool. Yeah.
Welcome, Coach. Great, thanks. Once Coach is settled, we'll open up the floor to some questions here. Who wants to start us off?
Hey Rick, Ben Dixon from Newsday. You've mentioned that you've lost in the first round before, but I think only one of those times was as the better seed, that Morehead State game. What do you remember about that day compared to maybe some of those other first-round games where you've coasted into the second round?
Well, I actually talked to my team about that game and showed them because I said one of the things that happens in any basketball game is the three-point shot at the buzzer. And in that game, I believe, if my memory serves me well, I said to my team, whatever you do, don't let them take a three. We'll win it in overtime. I believe we were up 2. Don't let them take a three. Run them off the line. Sure enough, came down the court. We backed up, not wanting to get beat, gave up a 3. So my point to them was about how important it is to make sure you understand time and score and what you have to do.
Thanks, Coach. What we got? Pat right here. Get the mic. Sorry. Can we get a mic?
Hey, Rick. Pat Forty from Sports Illustrated. Coach Self and Coach Calipari both felt like this might have been a little preordained by the selection committee. Having you guys here, do you buy into that at all?
It really doesn't matter. They're great coaches, but I'm just concerned about Omaha because this team their point guard would be a top 4 point guard in the Big East. They have the player of the year at the power forward spot. I'm just excited to be here, regardless of who's coaching. It doesn't matter to me. I'm very concerned about the talent we're facing.
Thanks, Coach. Here to the right.
Hi, Rick. Back here.
Here to the right.
Nick Coy from ABC6 here in Providence. When you saw that the draw was coming back here to Providence, obviously you've been back with this program playing in the Big East, but do some of those memories sort of pop up again here?
You know, it's one of my favorite coaching stints of all time. It was certainly magical. I still talk to all the players all the time, and it's 1987, so it's a long time ago. But it was a fun time. It was a sad time. It was everything, every emotion that you could possibly feel, both positively and negatively. And Providence, though, I used to, when I was at Kentucky, I would take my family for 2 to 3 weeks to Newport for the summer to vacation, and we did that for like a long time.
Thanks, Coach. Here, front left.
Hey, Rick. Welcome to Providence.
Thank you.
Kadari played in this tournament 3 years ago, so a long time ago with Syracuse. What do you think it means to him to have another chance now in his last year? And you've talked about it before, but just how much has he grown and evolved since last year and obviously since his freshman year?
Well, I don't know anything about his freshman year, but he has grown just this year from a good practice player to a great practice player, in great shape, terrific basketball player.
What do you think it means to him to have this?
You have to ask him that. You know, I can't answer. I can't speak for him.
Coach, right here in front.
Chris Gasper, Boston Globe. Coach Pitino, you are a Hall of Famer. You've accomplished pretty much everything that can be accomplished in coaching. You're 72 years old. What keeps you motivated at this point? Why do you want to keep doing this? What do you have to prove?
Well, first of all, I've been blessed for a long period of time, 50 years of coaching, 50 plus years of coaching. And I think I look at it this way. I don't know if God will bless me with 2, 3, 4 more years, but if he does, I know it's going to stop. So why not have a blast? Why not get the most out of it? Why not laugh, have fun, get great experiences? Because, you know, the early years wasn't like that. You know, you're trying to move up the ladder. You're trying to accomplish certain things collectively with the team, yourself. Now I don't have to move up the ladder. I don't have to look for another job. I don't have any dreams of coaching elsewhere. So it's just fun. You have fun with your guys. It's laughter. It's all the great things. But I do know it's coming to an end.
Do you let yourself enjoy it more now than maybe you did at Providence or Kentucky or the Celtics or Louisville, any of the stops?
Without question. I just revel in every single day of all of it. And being part of the NCAA tournament is what college basketball is all about. A long time ago, when I first started coaching, college football and college basketball were even. The NBA and the NFL were even. Today, a bad Saturday football game by not even a top 5, what they call Power 4 or 5 opponent, will outdraw an NBA playoff game. So, but this is our month. This is what college basketball lives for, March. So it's exciting.
Right behind Coach, right here.
Roger Rubin from Newsday.
Hello, Roger Rubin from Newsday.
Rick, you know, I know that you've talked to us a little bit about trying to recreate the tournament experience in your last 4 games, and that there isn't that much NCAA tournament experience. But with players like Smith and Scott, I mean, and a lot of them, but they've been trying to get to the NCAA tournament for their whole careers. You know, Smith and Scott, it's their last chance, and they finally make it. Is there some measure of reward for you that, like, you brought them in here and they're getting it?
Without question, you know, to go through a career and not be part of March Madness is really difficult for any athlete, especially at the major level. So for these guys to see Madison Square Garden packed, and they're not from New York, they don't know what Madison Square Garden really is about, and then to experience that the entire year, to win the Big East, to win the Big East tournament, sold out Madison Square Garden, louder than I've ever heard it, even as the Knick coach, was an amazing feeling for them. And now they get to experience March Madness. And, you know, it could be RJ's last year, too, for him to experience. He's never experienced it. So it's wonderful for them.
Right here in front, Coach.
Zach Brazil, New York Post. Rick, how do you get the guy? Saturday was such a high, was such a obviously incredible night for you guys. How do you get them to move past that and refocus, knowing, you know, you can't afford slip-ups, you can't afford a slow start, that this is now it?
Well, I think you have to look at the whole body of work the entire year. I don't think that, you know, when you lose 4 games by a total of 7 points, you're bringing it every night. I think there's only one game the entire year that I was just a little disappointed in our performance, and that was, I believe, at the win at Butler. Outside of that, they bring it all the time. We've been behind a lot. We had never panicked. We just get on to the next play, make the comeback, and do a lot of good things. So I don't think that's any concern of mine at all. Omaha's more of a concern than that.
Thanks, Coach. Right here to the left.
Rick, you mentioned this being fun, and does the fact that you went through what you went through with the Celtics and then came back, does that make sort of going through the changes that college basketball and college sports are going through, do you have a different sort of appreciation and maybe less frustration than some of the coaches that are trying to adapt to it because you went away and came back?
You know, when I went away to Greece after being fired, anytime you get fired, it's a traumatic experience. But even more so what I went through, it's more traumatic. Felt a little betrayed in a lot of different areas. But then I took off for Greece by myself. I've never been to Greece, didn't know the EuroLeague, didn't know anything about it. And I stopped hanging my heads that night because I had a coach against Cheska. And then I had the most wonderful 2 years from a learning experience of my life at 65 and became the Greek national coach. And I look back on it and said, you know, there's always a silver lining in every cloud. And you've heard that expression many times. And for me, it was a major silver lining. It rejuvenated me. It stopped me from being bitter at all. It just said, let's get on with it. It's just adversity. And adversity, you can look it square in the eyes and just piss all over it if you're smart. So don't hang your head. Just pick yourself up, get on, become the best EuroLeague coach you could possibly be, and move on. And then I came back and tried to be the best coach in the MAC conference I could possibly be. So it's been fun. It's been a blast.
Thanks, Coach. Right here in the middle of the right.
Rick, Kevin Connolly, Storm the Paint. You've talked in the last couple of weeks that the regular season was phase 1 and the Big East tournament was phase 2, and now the NCAA tournament is phase 3. Is there something you need to see different from your players, whether it be their intensity or their focus, to be as successful in phase 3 than they were in phase 1 and phase 2?
I just hope they play like phase 1 and phase 2. You know, the one thing I will say about our team, and it's exciting for me, is the improvement. You know, remember, you guys mentioned about, or somebody mentioned about RJ being a 3-star athlete, and here he is, a second-team All-American. He's first-team All-Big East. Zuby is a non-player at Kansas. Now he's first-team All-Big East. So that's obvious, but I see tremendous improvement in Ruben Prey, in Vince, and in Lefty. So that's exciting for me to see the guys that don't get all that publicity really improving and getting a lot better.
Coach, back left here.
Yeah, Chuck Culpepper from the Washington Post. I think this is tournament game 76 for you, maybe, and I wondered while we're here talking about long resumes and mining your memory, what's in there about, let's see, Boston U versus LaSalle at the Palestra, I believe, game 1.
It's funny because Pat, Chuck, it's like 30 years ago they were covering, and feel like I'm 100, but yeah, I go back so many years in those first rounds, and you look at it. I know I was in Omaha's shoes right now, but they're really, really good, and there's very little difference there. Back then, there was a lot of difference between the upper level and those teams. Today, there's not a whole lot of difference. You may look at because you don't know them, but then when you watch film and you say, that point guard, he could be one of the premier point guards in the Big East. That power forward, hell of a basketball player. So it's come where the teams that aren't they're not a 1 seed, not a 2 seed, 3 seed, but they can flat out play. So you look back on those days of the Palestra or being at BU, and you're going against, there's only one coach I really considered a rival in my whole career. And I've been blessed to coach against, I coached against Frank McGuire's last game, coach against Dean Smith. There's only one coach that's ever I had a strong rivalry with. And today I respect him as much as anybody in the game, and that was Jim Calhoun. We hated each other, BU at Northeastern, hated each other. And there were 300 people at each arena. He goes on to coach at Connecticut. I go on to coach at Providence, and we hated each other there as well. And today I don't think I respect any coach in the game as much as I respect Jim Calhoun. So looking back on it, it was really funny at that stage of BU versus Northeastern.
Thanks, Coach. Going all the way back here on the right.
Anthony Evangelista, ESPN Charlotte. Do you feel like your team has played its best basketball yet, or is there another level to reach for the Johnnies?
Well, in order to get where we'd like to go, we're going to have to improve. There's a lot of great teams out there, and in order for us to beat Omaha and keep on moving on, we're going to have to improve.
Right here with John, Coach.
John Fanta, Fox Sports. Rick, along those lines, when you think about the improvement of your team, it's nothing new that your group evolves throughout the course of a season. You've said before that this team has defied certain laws of the game. How much do they make up for it, and in what ways do they make up for all that?
Well, I forgot the young lady's name in the last game at the Big East who does the sideline reporting. Really nice.
Christina Pink.
Okay, she came up to me and said, what do you attribute, being such a great offensive rebounding team? I said, we miss a lot. and she started hysterically laughing. I started hysterically laughing. And, we are not, if you take the stats, we are not as bad a shooting team, three-point shooting team, as our stats indicate. I think we're much better than that. We just went through some games where we were 1 for 23, and I pick up the stat sheet, we win by 14 points. So it's a possession game. It's forced turnovers. It's assists. It's getting your offensive rebounds, because you have to generate possessions if you're not a great shooting team, and this team has done that.
Zach Brazil, New York Post. Rick, Aaron just told us he has a torn tendon in his thumb, but he's able to play through it.
He's actually shooting better with the torn thumb. I wish he would have torn it long ago.
I guess two part. Number one, has he looked fine to you in practice? And number two, what is his toughness and his overall presence meant to this team?
He is very tough, and I'm not being facetious when I say he's been shooting the ball much better since that's occurred. I don't think there's any reason for that other than he's shooting the ball well. So he is a very tough young man. I've got tough guys. Zuby's tough. Aaron's tough. Kadari shows toughness at times. Vince and Ruben are very tough. So Sim, believe it or not, is for the last 5 to 6 weeks has been our best practice player. A few games he just takes himself out with foul trouble, but outside of that, he's been our best defender and our best offensive player.
Right here, Coach.
Back NBC4 New York. Rick, in terms of chemistry and cohesiveness, you guys have a lot of that. What do you think that stems from, and how much are you impressed by the way that these guys have each other's backs?
In the beginning of the year, We weren't the most connected team in the Bahamas at all. But that's going to happen to all of us every year. Now, next year, we'll have about 6 or 7 players returning, and that'll be a major benefit. First year I took over, we had 14 new players. And this year we have 4 new starters. So it takes the bad thing. I've always said, I don't mind the NIL, I don't mind the portal. The thing that's difficult for a coach is to get players connected offensively, defensively, and bonded because they're all new to each other. It takes time. By the time we got into January, we were a very connected team. We bonded very well. And I think those losses early on made us bond. So that was a good thing.
Got time for 1 or 2 more if they're out there. Right here? Right here, yeah.
Rick, with all the postseason experience that you have, how are you advising your players to handle this? Because the lights are brighter here.
I think with all of us that have been through this a lot, I think we don't necessarily have the formula for success. What we do know is what not to do. Making sure you don't apply a lot of stress to your team. Making sure you understand how important every little thing from a scouting standpoint, and then the unexpected. You're going against a team that hasn't played 1-3-1 or 3-2 zone the entire year. You better expect them to play that. You better come up with ideas that what would they do? We're the team that's the 2 seed, and what would that team, if I was back at Boston University right now, what would I be thinking to play against that 2 seed, to confuse them, to get them so I could equalize that talent?
Coach right here up front.
Roger Rubin from Newsday. Rick, I know that you like to shoot down the premise of a question, but
do I really do that?
You've had a remarkable amount of success at winning 2 games in a weekend. And I know that you're very focused on Omaha, and obviously, can you give us an idea about what it takes to be the team that wins 2 games in a weekend and what might be going on behind the scenes?
Well, I think the first thing you do is don't think about the second game, because I think all of us in this room, if we knew who was going to win, I wouldn't be coaching, you wouldn't be writing. You have no idea who's going to win Kansas, Arkansas. 2 great programs, 2 great coaches, great talent. You have no idea. So you just focus on what you can control, and that's Omaha. You've got to know, our respect for Omaha is off the charts. They can really, really play. There were certain teams I've seen sometimes in scouting that they had a lot of weaknesses and that you could exploit. I don't see that with this basketball team. So the best thing to do is just take care of preparing the first game, pay no attention to the second game at all, because I've not seen Kansas or Arkansas at all this year. I've seen a lot of teams play, but I haven't seen either one of those teams play. Now, I have now on tape, but I haven't prior to that. And I couldn't tell you who the better team is. I think they're both outstanding. Kansas was a preseason #1 in the nation. Arkansas has been really, really hot of late. So 2 great teams, they're going to do battle.
Coach, one last question on the right here.
Thank you for letting me squeeze this in, Mark. Rick, looks like you were over at Rhode Island College this morning. Saw Coach Walsh post the picture of some of those banners that he helped put up there. Just what was the experience like, and was Coach Walsh telling any stories there?
No, he was just signing autographs and taking bows the entire practice. I asked him to get into practice a couple of times, and he said, Coach, I just have to finish signing these autographs, and I'll be right with you. So I never saw him in practice. No, actually, it's his scout. Omaha's his scout. Bob Walsh not only did a great job at Rhode Island College, but he's a brilliant coach. To be quite honest with you, he doesn't belong as an assistant. He's overqualified to be an assistant. He belongs as a head coach. Should be a head coach. He has a brilliant mind for the game. He works his tail off. Major, major asset for me, both at Iona. I have, I think, one of the better staffs in all of college basketball. Just a fabulous staff. My New York Knick ball boy is my associate coach. He played for me. He was an assistant coach with me. Why he stays around me, I don't know, but he's brilliant. Ricky Johns, Talik Brown. I told my team this, and I'll get off of here. I said, do you understand what March can do for you in life? Still my players are in Lexington. I don't know if they're working, and they're still living a good life. But I said, let's take this for instance. Talik Brown is a coach right now with us. He got a tremendous opportunity. Kamani from Connecticut recommended him to me. But if he didn't win a national championship at UConn, I would have never hired him. I wanted somebody that my players could look at, look up to, and say, he's been through it. He won a national championship at UConn. This would be a great influence on my players. So I said, guys, if you have that type of run in March, you become part of basketball history, and it's more than just March Madness. You're part of that winning fiber forever at St. John's. And this team right now will be remembered for a long time at St. John's. And if we can continue on and win, it would be an awesome thing for all these young people.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck
Okay,
tomorrow.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Great seeing everybody for the last 50 years.
Just in closing, Hammond Communications will post recordings of all these press conferences today in the NCAA Digital Media Hub at ncaa.veritone.com. Transcripts will be provided by ASAP and will be posted shortly. Thank you for joining us, and see everybody tomorrow. Thanks again.